Mr. Hoffner. See Mr. Hoffner. Mrs. Stabile. No objection from Mrs. Stabile. Mr. and Mrs. Yab.
No.
Mr. Osenbach. Mr. Osenbach, do you mind coming a little bit closer just so that we don't have to pass the microphone as much? And Miss Lang.
Yes.
Do you have an objection? Okay. And then I also have board exhibit number 26, which is a entry of appearance for Maria Ballphaser, 176 Blisle Road. Is there an objection from the applicant? There's no objection from the applicant. Ms. Polonic? Mr. Ballphaser? Mr. Hartman? Mr. Hoffner is not present. Mrs. Stabile? Mr. and Mrs. Yab?
No.
Mr. Osenbach? Mrs. Lang? Or Ms. Lang? Okay. Another preliminary matter, there was...
And no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One of the records saying no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There was another preliminary matter. There was a renewed objection filed by the applicants late this afternoon to the standing of Ms. Lang in these proceedings. Did you have that marked?
I did. I have copies. I marked it as applicant.
Okay. So that has been marked as applicant exhibit 40. The board is going to take that under advisement at this time. I don't believe that Ms. Lang has had a due opportunity between when it was emailed out this afternoon and today to be able to formulate a response. So your objection is pending and will be ruled on most likely at the next hearing.
Okay, I'd just like to state for the record, this is not stating any legal arguments are the same as one stated in our legal memorandum that was identified as exhibit 33.
I recognize that. I do think that Ms. Lang is entitled to an opportunity to respond, and I want to give her the opportunity to prepare a response. Do you believe that you're in a position tonight to respond to that?
Almost. So soon. I will be, but I did not get any of those email chains until after I left the building today, as there's not self-acceptance while we're working at school. So I only received notice of that around 3 p.m. today.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I will check in.
Thank you kindly.
I will check in with you during a break
Sounds good.
to see where you are.
Okay.
Okay.
Because actually, was there supposed to be an attachment in the email? There was no attachment. It said see attached, but I just wasn't sure if me being informed of this objection.
It would have been that attachment.
I did not actually get an attachment in that email.
There's an attachment. If you could just take a second to review it.
They're not using microphones.
We will readdress this later this evening. I want to give Ms. Lang the opportunity to review it and understand Ms. Lang has a right to due process as well, and which I don't think that the notice to her was adequate for us to make a ruling on that right at
Is
this
there a
moment.
thing to turn the microphone up there?
He's not using.
I don't have any other preliminary matters at this point. If you want to, I believe that you're calling Mr. Cleveland to begin this evening.
Yes.
Excuse me, Russell, is there a way we could get the volume up a little bit?
Sure. I hope you know how to do that, though. Testing. Is that better?
Thank you.
I could also just talk louder.
It might be on the side. There's also right here, touch screen audio.
This is Mr. Cleveland.
Yep.
Is it Mr.
So that would be touch screen. Which microphone are you labeled? Wired one? Or wireless? Maybe wired one, volume up. You do a testing?
Testing.
Too much voice.
Not a good sound. Okay, try it again.
Testing. That's
Does that sound a little better?
Yeah.
Great, okay. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did. Can you please state your name for the record?
Thomas Cleveland, I go by Tommy,
Mr. Cleveland, what is your occupation?
solar
Try to
engineer
use the microphone.
Who is your employer?
at Advanced Energy Corporation
Where are you based out of?
Use the mic, please. Can't hear you.
in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And you traveled here from Raleigh? to
Yes,
testify?
sir, I did.
You're not here today on behalf of Advanced Energy.
That's correct, not at all. I'm here just privately as an independent consultant.
Okay. What are your, as a solar engineer, what are your job duties?
Yeah, I've been in this position for the last 6 years, and the team I'm on, we run interconnection commissioning for electric utility in North Carolina and South Carolina for utility scale solar farms. So we're responsible for going and inspecting the construction quality, reviewing the settings for their various controls, and then testing that equipment. So I'm doing a combination of visiting sites, reviewing site plans and documentations and site requirements, reviewing their protection and other controls within their equipment, and then also coming out to the site and running a test to verify that they're working correctly.
What is your educational background?
Mechanical engineering. I have an undergraduate degree and a master's degree in mechanical engineering from North Carolina State University.
Okay. And what was your primary focus?
It was energy focused. As I did my master's, I started to focus on solar energy specifically and did a master's thesis on solar energy.
And how long ago was that?
I think I finished in 2004.
If you could, you have the exhibit books in front of you. If you could look at what is Exhibit 38 and identify what this is.
This is my resume or CV.
Okay. And does this accurately outline your education and work experience?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What professional registrations or certifications do you have?
I'm a professional engineer in 5 different states: North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, and Florida.
How long have you been studying health and safety impacts associated with solar development?
About 11 years. I was working at North Carolina State University when utility scale solar started to get developed in North Carolina, and questions came to me at the university, and I started looking into this topic.
So 11 years ago, was that a significant with respect to utility?
Yeah, it was utility scale solar projects have been being built in North Carolina just in a small number for the last year or two at that point, and there were dozens in development across the state at that time.
Okay, so were you at the ground floor?
Yes, North Carolina was one of the very first states to install utility scale solar because of how some utility regulations were set up there. Until just the last few years, it was about a 10-year period where North Carolina had more solar installed than any state other than California. So we were definitely the leading edge of utility scale solar.
Have you taught any classes related to solar energy?
Yes, I have several. There was several years I taught the solar energy course in the mechanical engineering department at North Carolina State. And that was a broad solar energy course that covered solar thermal energy and photovoltaics. And then until just this past year, for at least 9 years, I've taught a photovoltaic specific course in a different part of the university, College of Natural Resources. That was an introductory photovoltaic course for undergraduates. And then a few years ago, I developed a new course, graduate level course on photovoltaics in that same department.
Have you authored any publications related to the health and safety impacts associated with solar development?
Yes, I have. I spent the first 12 years of my career employed at North Carolina State University at a center that, when I joined it, was called the Solar Center, specifically the North Carolina Solar Center, and then they changed the name to the North Carolina Clean Energy Center. And while I was there, as this development was happening in the state, and I developed this expertise on health and safety, I was a lead author on a university white paper addressing photovoltaic health and safety topics. Had one other co-author and reached out to professors across the university as well as national experts to work on that paper.
And have your papers been cited too before?
Yes, I've don't have a full list of those citations, but I've come across multiple publications from national and state agencies on topics of health and safety that cite my paper.
For solar?
Yeah, for solar health and safety, for photovoltaic health and safety.
Okay. Have you ever conducted any glare impact analysis or studies for utility scale solar systems?
Yes, I have. I've studied quite a few sites on the order of 20 or so.
Utility scale?
Utility scale photovoltaic sites.
And have you conducted site-specific sound impact analysis before?
Yes, I have. For a similar number, probably more sites. I've done a basic sound analysis for utility scale solar sites. Yes, sir.
Have you ever prepared any health and safety assessment reports for other solar projects?
Yes, I have. I don't have an exact count, but probably 35 or so different utility scale sites.
Have you ever testified as an expert analyzing potential health, safety, glare, or environmental impacts for these types of projects?
Yes, I have many times, going back about 11 years, probably 200 different times.
Okay, and what type of proceedings?
Proceedings similar to this, local jurisdictional land use proceedings at the city or county level, where there's a rezoning request or a conditional or special use request.
Do you have it? You said 200 hearings for how many different?
I was actually referring to that maybe 200 different projects.
Okay.
Sometimes there's more than one hearing per project. Probably around 200 separate sites.
Okay. Have you ever been rejected as an expert?
No.
At this time, I'd like to offer Mr. Cleveland as an expert in health, safety, and environmental impacts related to solar development.
Thank you.
Projects.
So at this point, we will ask any of the parties if they have any questions related to Mr. Cleveland's qualifications. I'll start with Mr. Cluck.
Test one. We're good? Mr. Cleveland, have you been to Pennsylvania before tonight?
Yes.
Did you visit the site?
Yes, I did.
You were qualified for health, safety, and environmental impacts. Your expert report, Exhibit 39, doesn't mention environmental. Why not?
It focuses on health and safety, but it touches on environmental. Environmental is a very broad topic, and it does focus on health and safety.
Well, let's talk about environmental. What is it about environmental that you have expertise in?
Yeah, I'd say the emissions associated with solar and other power generating facilities, and therefore the environmental impacts of those emissions.
Have you done any studies on regional air pollution?
Not directly. I've read the studies, but not done them.
Which studies have you read?
The one I can name by name is an EPA study that compares, that looks at the public health benefits or impacts of energy efficiency and solar energy, and it uses some regional air quality impact studies that were also EPA studies. And I went and looked at those studies. I couldn't tell you the name of them, but it were EPA studies that.
Have you read any studies? Have you read any studies regarding the displacement of coal-fired power plants by solar energy? Is there a direct correlation?
Yes, I read studies that dealt with that. That wasn't necessarily the focus of the studies. But like in North Carolina, for example, the Utilities Commission that regulates utilities has required the utilities to put out a report addressing their plans going forward. And for example, that report talks about being able to retire coal plants due to installing or having plans to install significant more solar.
And what about regional air pollution in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Have you read any studies about that?
No, not directly.
Okay. I have no objection to the witness being qualified on health and safety consistent with his qualifications. However, he is not qualified to provide expert testimony on any aspect of environmental issues.
Okay. Mrs. Balthaser, any questions for this witness on his qualifications?
I actually do. You are,
Hold on.
Bill Donahue is coming.
okay. You mentioned utility size solar. And in your paper here on page 1, you state that your 12 years of experience with utility scale solar is about 2 to 5 megawatts and about 40 acres. How much experience do you have with 50 megawatt and 440 acre solar fields?
My focus in my day job the last 18 months or so has been what I would refer to as transmission connected projects, which are projects generally over 20 megawatts that connect to the higher voltage transmission system. So in that role, I'm working now directly with 7 projects that are between 20 and 75 megawatts. I've also reviewed the plans for and written health and safety assessments for probably a couple of dozen projects in that kind of size scale, transmission connected scale projects of a similar size.
But still, most of your experience is at the smaller scales, utility, not 50 megawatts.
Yes, all the equipment is exactly the same. The large systems essentially are blocks, often 5 megawatt blocks. You just have a lot of 5 megawatt blocks that connect to a substation. So,
Yeah, and I understand that. I was a previous utility worker myself. But there's a difference between 440 acres and 40 acres. So, I mean, yes, the product is the same, but it's a much larger scale.
Thank you. Mrs. Polonic.
Well, we all know that solar is sort of a rapidly evolving technology. I'm curious as to your continuing education, because 11 years ago is like a lifetime in most technological fields.
I'm working in the field, in the solar industry all the time, and I stay up to date on what's happening. And in fact, I'm reviewing applications for the newest projects, and I'm in the field seeing the newest equipment. So I stay very much up to date on the latest equipment and other industry trends, just everything happening in the industry.
So with that being said, how do you determine good information from not as good information?
Objection. This is going to its qualifications. We just stay focused on whether he's an expert or not.
Can you read that question, please?
Question, so that being said, how do you determine good information from not as
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Various methods, it has to do with the source of the information, my existing knowledge, and if it is based on good, the source of the information and the quality of information, largely it's what I'm taking in is from sources that are trusted.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Yab.
I'm curious as to, I'm hearing the same thing about qualifications, and you're qualified for other states, you're not qualified for Pennsylvania. And you said you visited the sites, and I would like to know what sites you visited and how much of the site you visited.
Yeah, the question earlier was about this site, and I've driven around most of the perimeter of the project, so I'm familiar with the area of the specific, this mountain trail project.
Okay, so you have been up the hills, coming down Sunday Road.
I would place the same objection that doesn't go to his expert qualifications.
Overruled.
I need to know that you're qualified for this area and what you're going to testify with if you really don't know the area. Just driving up and down, just to me, does not qualify.
Okay. Mrs. Yab, there needs to be a question. So is there a question?
I guess I need to know the areas, the terrain and stuff that you're qualified in other states, does that qualify you in Pennsylvania?
There's no qualification based on terrain. I'm familiar with different terrains. I'm not sure how to answer the question. There's no qualification based on terrain. I understand deeply everything I'm going to testify to and how different terrains would impact anything I testify to.
Okay. Mr. Balthaser?
Yes.
Again, these questions are only going to be on qualifications. There will be an opportunity for additional questions later.
Understood. Mr. Cleveland, are you a professional engineer in Pennsylvania? You licensed to be a professional engineer in Pennsylvania?
No, I'm not.
Have you provided any engineering services for this project?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Hartman? Mr. Hoffner is not here. Mrs. Stabile? Mr. Osenbach? Ms. Lang? No questions. No questions. Okay, so there does not appear to be an objection to this witness being admitted as an expert with regard to health and safety. However, there was an objection with regard to his credentials for environmental. I want to let Mr. Gallagher address that.
I just have some follow-up questions. As with respect to your environmental experiences in the context of rendering opinions with respect to safety and health.
Yes.
You said that there was overlap with these subjects. Is that?
That's correct. There's some overlap. Some of the concerns that might be a health concern could also overlap into being an environmental concern. So that's where I would consider the overlap and the extent of my expertise.
Will you be rendering an expert opinion as it relates to any environmental issues, or only in conjunction with your health and with your expertise on health and safety?
I think only on health and safety.
Okay. This witness will be admitted as an expert with regard to health and safety impacts.
Thank you. Mr. Cleveland, you just testified, I believe, that you drove around the site. Are you familiar with this project?
Yes, I am. I've driven around the project and I've reviewed quite a few documents associated with the project.
Okay, so you've reviewed the plan for this project?
Yes, I have.
Okay. and specifically the conditional use plans, which are identified as Exhibit 3.
Yes, these are the plans I've reviewed.
Okay. Have you reviewed the township engineer's letter proposing conditions to approval for this project?
Yes, I have.
And I believe that's Exhibit 16.
Yes. Exhibit 16 is your July 11th letter.
Okay. And
Yes.
specifically, I would like to make reference to condition number 2. And that provides that the applicant shall develop and implement an annual water testing program.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And it requires or recommends that prior to construction that there be well water and prior to construction, well water and surface water on and near the property shall be tested to determine pre-development pollutant levels. And then once in operation, that there be annual water testing.
Yes, I see that.
And did you review Mountain Trail or Leeward's response to this letter?
Yes, I did.
And that's, I believe, Exhibit 18.
Okay, yes, that's Exhibit 18. Yes, I've reviewed this.
Okay. Where the applicant said we wanted to present expert testimony on these issues.
Yes, that was their response.
Also, have you reviewed what is Exhibit 24, noise memorandum?
Yes, I've reviewed this as well.
And this was prepared by Kinley Horn.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And did you also review a glare analysis for this project prepared by Kinley Horn?
Yes, I did.
And if you could turn to Exhibit 37.
Yes, that looks like the report I reviewed.
Have you prepared a written health and safety assessment for this project?
Yes, I have.
And if you can identify Exhibit 39 for the record.
Yes, that looks like the report I prepared.
Okay. Before addressing the potential impacts, can you explain to the board the components of the facility as well as how the facility is constructed and maintained?
Yes, I can do that, and this was covered in my report. I can talk a little bit about how a project's built, and at the same time, talk about the components, therefore, of the project. The first step is some site work. That's basically like other kinds of development. Solar projects generally require very little grading. The modern racking systems that hold the panels can adapt to a pretty wide range of slopes. There is some trenching involved. A lot of the wiring between the inverters and back to the substation is buried underground. So there's one of the early steps is trenching. One of the other early steps is anything required for erosion and sedimentation control. One of the next steps then after the trenching, often parallel with the trenching, is installing the support systems for the actual solar panels. And the traditional way, most common way that this project is planning on doing that is driving in steel posts. Usually it's an I-beam shaped post. Sometimes it's a rectangular post. Steel post that gets driven into the ground. And then on top of that is horizontal racking that's bolted onto those posts. And then the panels, or I'll often use the term module. That's what the industry calls a PV panel or solar panels, a module. They get bolted onto that racking. Some projects use racks that rotate, but this project's using what's referred to as a fixed tilt racking, where the panels will face south and never move. So most of what's out in the field are these rows of solar panels. The panels are all wired together, and that wiring goes into an inverter. The inverters are between 2 and 5 megawatts per inverter. So it's something like 10 to 20 of these inverters for a project of this size. So the wires would come into that inverter. Those are DC wires or direct current wires that come to the inverter. The inverter has power electronics in it. So solid state switches without moving parts, but that switch and convert the DC electricity to AC electricity that's synced to the grid. And then right there next to the inverter, sometimes basically touching it, sometimes a few feet away, is a transformer, usually referred to as the inverter transformer, that takes the energy from the inverter, increases the voltage, usually to a medium voltage, like a 30,000 volt kind of range, 34.5 kilovolts. And then out of that transformer, the wires will go to the substation, go to another transformer there that's typical of a substation to increase the voltage further to connect to the grid. And those are the basic components. You got the panels, the inverters, the wires, and then the two different levels of transformer. There's some other, other smaller components, electrical combiner boxes, circuit breaker type protection devices. Those are the components.
You mentioned the racking system for the panels. They're driven into the ground. Is cement casing used for that?
No, extremely rarely. If surface rock is found unexpectedly, in rare cases there may be some cement-based gravel used, but that's rare. Normally, the piles are driven to the ground with no concrete of any kind.
Okay. So, turning to the specific subjects, what is the most common health and safety concern with these types of systems that you hear?
Yeah, toxicity.
Okay. And does your report examine all possible sources of toxicity?
Yes, I believe it does.
From site construction through decommissioning?
That's right. It covers all the equipment and all the stages of the project.
Okay. So, can you explain what are the potential sources of toxicity for the equipment?
Yeah. Very limited. Primarily, it's a single component within the solar panels. There are two different technologies of panels that can be used at utility scale projects. Excuse me. The most common variety is a silicon-based photovoltaic cell, and then the other variety is a cadmium telluride cell. I'll talk first about the silicon-based cells, and those modules. The cell itself does not have any toxicity concern. It's almost entirely pure silicon. The only concern in the module is a small amount of lead, very small amount of lead that's in the soldering that's connecting the various electrical parts within the module. In the thin film modules, or the cadmium telluride modules, industry often refers to them just as thin film. Excuse me. The toxicity concern there is the cadmium. That's a portion of that photovoltaic material. It's referred to as thin film because that's such a striking characteristic. The cadmium telluride layer is only about 1/20th the thickness of a human hair, so incredibly thin. And there's no free cadmium in it, so cadmium as an element by itself, is a toxic heavy metal. But in these cells, it's chemically bound in a compound with another element, telluride, to make cadmium telluride, which has different properties. It's kind of like table salt, where chlorine by itself is toxic and hazardous. You combine it with sodium and you get table salt. It's totally different characteristics from the individual components. So combine it as a cadmium telluride compound. It has about 1/100th the toxicity of cadmium by itself, and it's a very stable molecule. So it's difficult to get it to dissolve into water, very difficult to get it to evaporate or burn. So a very, very stable molecule.
Okay. Is there any risk of toxicity escaping undamaged panels?
No, both types of panels have very strong front glass cover and then an aluminum frame. And then all the working components, both the photovoltaic material and all the the metals that conduct the electricity are sealed away from the atmosphere with a front layer and a back layer of what the industry calls encapsulants. It's an industrial adhesive, it's a clear plastic. It's fairly universal across the industry to be EVA is a specific plastic. It's the same material that goes into hurricane glass and windshields. So it's extremely clear. You may not be aware it's in those materials, but if you see a broken windshield and it's all cracked, but it's still held together as one piece, that's due to the EVA material internal. So an intact module has no chance of any of those internal components coming in contact with the environment.
Okay, well, let's talk about what if a panel breaks. Are there any studies regarding this?
Right, what's possible to break is the glass, and that does happen usually primarily during installation. There's some degree of breakage. It also can happen with rare, extremely large hail, or some accidents could break a small number of panels. Yeah, when that glass breaks, kind of like I was describing with the windshield, the glass can break, but because it's either a heat strengthened or a tempered glass, it breaks into smaller pieces that are not sharp. And then because of that EVA encapsulant layer, all those broken pieces really stay together as one unit. And that encapsulation is generally not very damaged, so it's still more or less there. It probably may break, so it may not be fully intact, but it's still generally in place.
Okay. And well, is there an operation and maintenance program?
There is, yeah. A panel that has badly broken glass will have reduced output, and that reduced output will show up in the monitoring system. The monitoring system's not finite or not detailed enough to pick up a single broken panel, but it'll pick up a group of broken panels. So if a group of panels breaks, the monitoring system will show there's a group of panels here no longer producing the way it should, and operations and maintenance group would go inspect that. There's also regular, just visual inspections looking for broken panels. So that when those single panels, if that does happen out in the field, they get found after a short amount of time.
So a broken panel will be found relatively quickly, but what about the situation where it's just a panel and it's not uncovered? Does this pose any specific toxicity risk?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by uncovered?
Or at the broken panel, it's not known or discovered?
Oh, discovered. No, it would not cause any risk. And there's a study that I referenced in my report that I think does an excellent job of demonstrating this lack of risk.
What is that study?
Yeah, it was done by an organization, IEA. They brought together a number of experts on this topic from actually several different countries that worked together to answer this question: what is the health and safety concerns about broken modules in a large utility scale project? And so they went out and looked at the best science available and designed a study to put together the worst case scenario, study that stereo, and then decide, well, does this suggest we might need to look into this more deeply, or does it suggest there's no need to even look closer? And the way they did that study was there is some data, some testing data that tries to estimate a worst case of a broken module with acid rain on it. What of those components could leach out? And it really does take some acid rain, not just normal pH water, but acid rain can leach out small amounts of those components. So they looked at worst case of a large number of broken modules in a project that go a period of time without being found. A worst case for leaching from those modules, a worst case for all that water flowing to a single drainage location, and then extremely close to the project, that drainage location being a well and somebody drinking from that well for decades. And they said, well, in that worst case scenario, what impact would that have to the water? And they found that for both the case of silicon modules and lead and cadmium telluride modules and cadmium, at those levels were thousands of times below what would be allowed by EPA's public drinking water standard. So they looked at that and said, there's no risk here. There's no risk, no need to look any deeper. This was the worst case scenario, and it shows there's no concern.
So was this study just for water, or did it address?
No, yes, it addressed all the various transport methods. So it also looked at possibility of lead or cadmium transporting by air to people, and the possibility of it getting into the soil. And in those cases, they found even less potential impact. It came to the same conclusion. There's no reason to have any concern or look any more deeply, because this showed there was no risk.
Okay. So the study demonstrates that there is no risk from lead or cadmium leach from broken panels.
That's correct.
Okay. There was a number of planning commission meetings for this project, and members of the community were concerned about somebody shot the panels. In your experience, with the hundreds of projects that you've reviewed, how often does vandalism occur?
Yeah, I'll say I've reviewed a lot of projects. A lot of those were not yet built. I've also been out on the site as projects have been built and talked to a lot of the folks doing the construction. And so I hear a lot of stories of what goes on at projects after they're built. And I've heard of very few vandalism stories. The one concrete example I have of a bullet in a panel was actually a panel on a rooftop, and it was a bullet that somebody had shot straight into the air and came down onto the panel. So I've heard of threats of shooting panels. I'm sure it happens, but it's not a concern. It's rare. It's not a concern.
In a hypothetical, for all the panels proposed for this project, if every single panel was shot out, would that pose any specific public health risk in the constituents?
No. A lot of bullets are lead bullets that would potentially put a lot of lead into the area that would not be encapsulated. But having a lot of holes in a lot of panels would not cause a concern. In that extreme case, those panels would get replaced very quickly because it'd be known exactly when they were all broken.
What about equipment other than the panels?
Yeah. So the other major piece of equipment are the inverter and the transformers. The inverters have no particular concern. They're electronic devices that should be recycled, because there's various metals in there that can be recovered, and so the expectation is they would be recycled, but there's no health concern from them. The transformers are primarily steel boxes with lots of copper coils, wiring coils, but they also have a reservoir of oil for cooling. It's either a mineral-based oil, it's actually a petroleum-based oil, or a vegetable-based oil. But they also don't have human toxicity concerns. Many decades ago, going back to the 60s and 70s, there was a type of oil used in transformers that was very toxic. That's been outlawed in the U.S. for a very long time. It's not a concern with modern transformers.
What about the racking system or the conduits for wires?
Yeah, none of that. It's all just typical materials used in all kinds of other construction. Steel, aluminum and copper wire, PVC conduit. No concerns with any of those.
Okay, so in your opinion, does any of the equipment present a hazard to groundwater or any drinking source?
No, I mean, it does not.
Okay, and what about the potential sources of toxicity as it relates to the operations and ongoing maintenance?
Yeah, I can speak to that. The ongoing maintenance is rather limited. The primary maintenance is addressing the growing of the vegetation under the panels. So that's primarily done with mowing, in most cases, mowing and weed eaters, and then some amount of herbicides. I guess you have some risk for gasoline and refilling those mowers with gasoline on site, the possibility of spills. You also have the herbicide use, but it's used in very targeted locations, not universally across the ground, just for certain weeds in certain locations, much like a city park or a state park would treat a lot of their area. They're primarily mowing, but they're spot herbicide treatment. It's much less herbicides than used in most agriculture, and it would require whoever's applying that herbicide to have a commercial herbicide or pesticide license. So,
Similar to farming.
in many cases, farming does not require that. Farmers are are not required to have that commercial applicator license if it's their own farm.
Okay, what about panel washing?
In general, all across the eastern seaboard, panels don't need to be washed. There's adequate rain to keep them clean. If they ever were needed to be washed, it would be rare, but it would just be water and brushes on the trouble spots. Usually it's the very bottom edge that may be a trouble spot, but it would just be water.
Okay, in your opinion, do any of the operations or long-term maintenance associated with a solar project present a hazard to groundwater or any drinking source?
No, my opinion is they do not.
Can you render an opinion with respect to the necessity of instituting an annual water testing program here?
Yeah, my opinion is there's no need for it. There's no risk of water being contaminated, so there's therefore no need to test that water.
Okay. Can you describe or explain what EMF is?
EMF is short for electromagnetic fields, and it's a term that addresses a wide range of different phenomena because EMF comes with so many different, across the spectrum of a wide variety of frequencies, all the way down from 0 hertz, in other words, no oscillations, up to gamma rays and X-rays that are gigahertz and very, very fast. Kind of in the middle is light, and way toward the bottom end is some 60 hertz radiation or electromagnetic fields, which comes from alternating current in the wiring in the whole electric grid. So the US uses a 60 hertz electric grid system. So every wire from the 120 volt wires in the walls and in this building out to the really high voltage transmission lines, all that has this 60 hertz type EMF around each wire. It's a combination of an electric field and a magnetic field.
Okay, and so this is an everyday occurrence that people...
Yeah, everyday occurrence. We're all exposed to a wide variety of spectrum of EMF, including exposure to the 60 hertz type that comes from AC electricity.
Okay, and what is the primary source of EMF in a solar facility?
Yeah, I would say there's one primary source of this 60 hertz type of EMF, and that's because this amount of this EMF is driven by the amount of current in the wires, and the place where current is the highest is in between the inverter and that transformer, the inverter transformer. At that point, it's still a fairly low voltage, and so current gets very high right there. So it's at that location that has the largest amount of EMF. And then the inverters themselves, the way they convert the DC electricity to AC electricity, they have a lot of really fast switches, and that creates some EMF around that switching frequency of usually like 5,000 to 10 or 20,000 hertz. Not that there's a concern there, I just want to be clear that that's a slightly different type of EMF that also comes from the solar site.
Well, does EMF dissipate over distance?
Yeah, it dissipates very quickly, usually with a function of a square. So it's an exponential decay as you get away from the source. So yeah, very quickly it drops to extremely low levels.
And are you aware of the locations of the inverters and transformers for this project?
Yes, I am. They are on the plans.
Okay. In your opinion, is EMF expected to extend to any residential property?
In my opinion, it's not. I looked at where those inverters and transformers are and the distances to homes, and the distances are such that I would not expect any EMF to reach them.
Even if some did leave or extend beyond the site, would this be a public health safety concern?
No, it's a question that's been looked at extensively for decades, and the consensus is that there's no health and safety or public health concern with the kind of moderate level of EMF that we experience every day.
Okay. What is that glare?
Glare is when there's a much brighter portion of light in somebody's visual field compared to the rest of the field, kind of a bright spot.
Okay. You've reviewed the zoning ordinance provision here addressing glare.
Yes, I have.
So the zoning ordinance provides that solar energy systems must be located in a manner that avoids direct and concentrated glare or solar radiation on adjacent property or roadways.
Yes.
Okay. Are there solar facilities that produce concentrated glare and radiation?
Yes, there's a different type of system that generally is only installed in arid conditions because of different, larger amounts of radiation there that concentrates sunlight onto either a pipe or onto a single point. One variety uses long concave mirrors that can be very tall, up to 20 feet tall, big curved mirror that's trough shaped that concentrates light onto a tube. So that will be very bright light on that tube. The other variety is a large field of a lot of flat mirrors. Each of those mirrors turns at a different angle, and they all concentrate light up to the top of a big tower. They're both doing this to heat a material, and they produce a very bright light at those points.
And is any of that technology for either of those systems that you just described proposed?
No,
Project?
those are entirely different technologies from this project. This is flat panel photovoltaic panels that are designed not to reflect and do no concentrating.
Okay. So they're not capable of even producing this type of concentrated glare?
That's correct. These panels can produce some reflection, which could produce some glare, but because all the panels in the whole project are all facing exactly the same way, there's no way for them to concentrate light. That light has to all bounce off parallel, so it can't be concentrated.
So in your professional opinion, will the proposed project produce concentrated glare?
No, it won't.
Okay. Is glare, can you discuss glare with respect to fixed tilt
Yep.
projects?
The photovoltaic panels, as we mentioned, have a glass front, and often on that front is an incredibly thin anti-glare surface, intending to keep the panels from reflecting much light. So when sunlight hits the panels fairly directly, they reflect almost no sunlight. But because of the properties of those glass, if the sunlight hits them at a glancing angle, kind of a low angle that bounces, then the light can have some reflection. In fact, glass, even this glass with an anti-reflective cover or coating can have fairly significant amount of reflection. So the way that materializes in a fixed tilt system is for somebody to experience or see that reflection. It means the sun has to be fairly low in the sky, because if it's going to hit the panels at a glancing angle, that only happens when the sun is low in the sky, so the rays are coming across the panels. And then the person has to be looking more or less toward the sun, kind of generally in the direction of the sun, so that the sun's rays are bouncing off those panels and then coming toward the person looking at the panels.
So it's not a constant glare, it's depending on
it's
very short period of time?
Very limited times and locations.
Okay. Is it possible to predict when and where a system may create glare?
Yes, it is, just like I described, there's certain conditions when it can happen. It's fairly straightforward for software to be able to model that whole scenario, the lay of the land, the location of the panels, the tilt of the panels, how reflective the glass is at different angles, where the sun is at different times of the year. And yes, it can calculate quite accurately where you would expect glare and where you wouldn't.
Okay, and what type?
Sorry.
Did you finish your?
No, I realized I said where, but it's very important to also say when.
What type of software is used typically?
Yeah, the current software that's available is Forge Solar is the company that makes the software. Its basic technology, though, is licensed from FAA. FAA and one of the national labs developed this software maybe 8 or 9 years ago around some early concerns of glare possibly impacting airports. So FAA worked with these experts at the national lab to develop the software, and for a number of years it was publicly available, and then a few years ago they licensed it to this private firm, and it developed into Forge Solar.
And is that the industry standard?
That is, at least in the US, that's the only software I've seen used in the US.
Okay, and you have mentioned your experience before with respect to 20 or so glare studies. Did you utilize this software?
I did. I've used both versions, both the earlier version from Sandia National Labs and FAA, and then also this newer version from Forge Solar.
Does the software have the capability of incorporating mitigation measures?
It does. Like I described it, it considers all the aspects of the project, but then it also allows you to put in what it calls obstacles, which are opaque surfaces that would block. It will be mitigating factors. If you have something between a person and the panels that keeps them from seeing the panels, then that's going to stop them from seeing the glare. So yes, it's able to model that.
So you had mentioned earlier that you had reviewed Exhibit 37, which is the glare analysis.
Yes.
Did you review the Forge Solar analysis information created for that study?
Yes, I did. In the appendix, or the two appendices, they have the report that Forge Solar produces. So I've reviewed those.
Okay. And is that sufficient information for you to interpret and render your own opinion with respect to the glare impacts associated with this project?
Yes, those reports generated by the software show all the inputs in the model, and then so I can see how it was modeled, and then it also shows all the results, so I'm able to see all the results.
Okay. The report addresses 3 types of glare, red, green, and yellow. Can you explain the differences in those colors?
And this was a structure created by some early researchers working with FAA to do that first model. And red is the most intense type, and something that's even more, has stronger glare, well, maybe intense. It's more intense than even looking directly at the sun. So it really takes concentration to be able to get into a red glare scenario. And then looking directly at the sun falls way at the top of the yellow section. And that's glare that's strong enough that if you look at it and then look away, you're probably going to see, they call it an after image, still see the shape of that glare for at least a second or two. And then green glare is glare that you would not be expected to see an after image. So you can look at that glare and then look away, and you wouldn't see that shape of the glare immediately after looking away from it.
Okay. In your professional opinion, what would you categorize concentrated glare as?
Yeah, I think it would be something stronger than the sun itself. So it takes concentration from focusing together multiple sources of light.
Would you, in
terms of those, I think it would be the red glare.
Okay. Does the Forge Solar analysis for this project predict any red glare for the?
No, it does not.
Okay. Did it predict any yellow or green glare?
Yes, it predicted some of both for some locations.
Then mitigation measures were added to this analysis.
That's correct. The analysis shown in the report includes the mitigation that was added.
Okay. In your professional opinion, after reviewing the Forge Solar analysis for this project, have you come to any conclusion if this project will present any glare hazards?
Yeah, I have, and my conclusion is it would not present glare hazards.
Okay. With
respect to noise, do solar facilities typically generate a lot of noise?
No, they generate very little noise, and usually those sources are internal to the site, so often and generally there's no noise leaving the project boundary.
Okay. What equipment produces the most sound?
The inverters produce the most sound. It's a combination of cooling fans and then all the switches.
Okay. In your experience, are you able to predict, you're familiar with the sound levels, decibel levels
Yes.
associated with this?
Yeah, there's some testing data published that gives you sound levels for the inverters.
Okay. Or in your experience, are you able to calculate or predict noise levels without modeling?
Yes, I can do a worst case calculation that assumes a total clear line of sight, if you will, or line of hearing between the noise source and the place of interest where you want to find out what the noise is. So it's a worst case because if there's anything in between that noise source and the final location, it'll reduce the noise from this basic calculation.
Okay. And you reviewed the noise memorandum prepared for this project, is Exhibit 24?
Yes, it's open here. Yes, I have.
Are the findings consistent with your experience?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and did you reach come to an opinion or a conclusion as to the noise impacts associated with this project?
Yes, I did. And I looked at possible impacts to the nearest homes nearby and concluded that it would not be a bothersome impact to noise.
With respect to emergency response and fire, can you speak to the risk of fire with a utility scale project?
Yeah, and anytime you've got electricity of very much voltage or beyond just a really tiny amount of voltage, you've got a chance for some kind of short or arc that could possibly start a fire. And so solar's no different. Because of the electrical equipment, it's possible for a electrical fault to start a fire, but there's very little in the equipment that can burn. Some of the insulation on the wires can burn. In the panels themselves, most of the material won't burn. It's the layers of plastic. There's encapsulating layers of plastic, and then there's a junction box on the back that's a plastic box where the wires connect. And so those are the only components that can burn. So it is possible for a short to catch a module on fire. A real intense short might be able to burn up some additional materials, but one module burning is not going to catch another module on fire. So the fires won't spread beyond where the electrical problem is. It's just not a very intense fire if you can get a module to burn.
Do you have any examples of other fires with respect to utility scale projects?
In terms of modules burning, I've talked to some of the operations and maintenance guys in the field that say, we've had a few modules damaged here. There was a short and it burned a couple of modules, but it doesn't go beyond that. And there's a number of published examples. I include two in my report where there was a grass fire. And I don't know in either case if the grass fire was started from the solar module or something else. But in both cases, the grass fire was a limited size grass fire and it did not catch the modules on fire. So it spread over a number of acres right below the modules and just shows how hard it is to get them to catch on fire. They didn't catch on fire.
Okay, in your professional opinion, did the solar arrays present any significant fire hazard?
No, my opinion is they do not.
What about the other equipment on site?
Yeah, the other equipment with a potential fire hazard are the transformers, and particularly the oil in those transformers. This is not unique to solar. Anywhere you see a large transformer, which are common throughout all our communities, usually at commercial or industrial facilities, you'll see a 6 foot by 6 foot transformer out there. That's about the size of these inverter transformers. And the oil in there is difficult to ignite, but it is flammable. So a bad electrical fault at a transformer, it's possible to catch that oil on fire.
Okay, Is there any special equipment that's needed to respond to a fire?
No, in the case of a utility scale project like this, it's really as a convenient place as you could have for a transformer to catch on fire. It's out in the middle of the field with no other equipment around it. That's enough.
Overall, in your professional opinion, does an entire solar facility present any type of significant fire risk?
No, my opinion is it does not.
Okay. Based on your knowledge of engineering and science, personal experience with solar technology, review of academic research, and review of the materials provided by the developer about the project, have you come to any conclusion on what, if any, health and safety impacts the proposed project will have?
Yes, I have. These are covered in my report. I found one positive impact in that this electricity produced by this project will go into the grid and immediately mean that less electricity needs to be generated from other sources. The sources most likely to be reduced are gas-fired power plants and probably also some amount of coal-fired power plants.
Objection, that's beyond the scope of his expertise.
Mr. Gallagher, your response?
No, I mean, have you testified to this before?
Yes.
He wasn't qualified on environmental issues, and he just testified about the impact of the solar on other sources. That's precisely what I question him about. He says in his report, he makes an expert opinion that this will reduce regional air pollution.
Have you studied?
He can't testify to that.
The objection is sustained.
And I move to strike anything in the actual report that references it.
That request is granted.
Have you reviewed, well, I didn't even give me a chance to respond.
You want a response?
I don't know if that's gonna matter. Have you reviewed any studies that have reached these conclusions? What are your conclusions based on?
Yes, an understanding of the grid and how utilities meet the electrical demand and what happens when solar is put onto the grid. That means other electricity is not generated. And it's well documented, and I understand very well that that means other sources are not creating electricity, and natural gas fired is the most flexible of those generators, and it's the one that's most likely to reduce its production. I feel very confident in that. And the study I referenced in the report is an EPA study. That's a very clear study that says the same thing, and it actually puts dollar figures onto the impacts.
That's exactly what I questioned him about on his qualifications, and he was unable to provide the basis for expertise for regional air pollution. There's nothing that says producing solar energy offsets other types of electricity. There may be an increased demand for electricity that solar adds to it. How do you know it reduces and stop? I'll stop.
You'll have an opportunity, Mr.
Yeah,
Clark.
that's my stop.
At this point, I'm going to allow the testimony in a conditionally, subject to cross-examination.
Thank you. Finish your answer, please.
I'm not sure where I was.
Yeah, right. It was with respect to.
Oh, like the
impact.
conclusions,
Your
impacts. Yep. So in addition to that positive impact on health, my conclusion is there's not a negative impact on health, and I addressed several topics that we've discussed in my testimony already to provide evidence to show that there's not a negative impact to public health from this project.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Clark.
There's a fence around the project?
Yes, in several sections.
Where is there not a fence?
There's a fence around all equipment, but it's not a single continuous fence. There's several different fence sections.
And the purpose of the fence?
It's required by the National Electrical Code because all the equipment is not rated for, I guess, public access.
So the purpose is to keep people out.
Yes,
Is it locked?
yes.
Is the solar facility manned?
Oh, no, I would not expect it to be.
So what happens when there's a fire? What are the firefighters supposed to do?
A fire in which part, which,
Anywhere in the 449 acres with a locked fence that prohibits the public from entering, and there's nobody there, what happens when a fire occurs? How is the client going to know, and how does the firefighters get into the facility?
One question at a time, please.
Pick which one you want.
The objection is sustained as to a compound question. Let's do one at a time.
The facility is not manned, is that correct?
correct.
How do they know when a fire occurs?
They might not, depends on the size of the fire.
Okay, so assuming a fire occurs, assuming one of the people in this room live across the street and they call the fire department. By the way, who's the local fire department?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any idea if they have a fire department?
I've heard that it may be a volunteer fire department.
Okay, so they call the volunteer fire department. How do they get in to fight the fire?
It depends on what the arrangement has been with the owner and the fire department. Traditionally, the fire department will have either a code to get into the lock directly, or there's a Knox box there that includes a key that the fire department is able to access. Or sometimes there'll be a double lock where you daisy chain fire department's lock, a utility lock, and the owner's lock. So if any one of those locks are open, that party can get in.
What does your report say?
Actually, I don't remember.
Turn to page 7. Risks of fire associated with ground cover and perimeter vegetation are reduced by landscaping plans. At the end of that paragraph is what I'm referring to. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does it say?
Solar facility owner remotely monitors the system around the clock, has personnel available 24/7 for emergencies.
Personnel available 24/7. Who is that and where are they?
Yeah, that would be not best answered by me, but by the facility owner, but they are not on site. They will have an O&M provider that has somebody on call. I don't know how close it would be, but there will be somebody available.
So how can you represent to the board that there will be people available? You have no idea what the plans are. Have you spoken to the applicant about how they're going to respond to emergencies?
I actually don't remember if I have or not.
Have you seen the emergency response plan?
For this project, I have not.
Is there one?
I expect there will be, but I'm not sure.
When did you see the glare analysis first? This is Exhibit 37 for the record.
I would estimate maybe 3 weeks ago.
Did you speak with the author of the study before your testimony tonight?
Yes, I have, just briefly, but yes.
I'm going to have a little difficulty cross-examining on a document that has not been introduced into evidence, for which they've already had direct testimony from Kimley Horn, and they didn't bother to talk about glare or provide Exhibit 37. So I want to reserve my right to cross-examine this witness about the glare study, which obviously I haven't read, but it hasn't been put into evidence yet.
It's been provided, I provided it on Monday, he's testified to it.
It has been provided, Mr. Clark.
That's going to be the rule. If it's provided, there's no testimony. It hasn't been admitted.
We're moving for the admission. We can do this afterwards, but we're moving for the admission of all of our exhibits.
And I'll object to that.
That's fine. I mean, I think we can reserve that to the end of the testimony, so we can move this along.
Let's turn to Appendix B of the glare study, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what, is it
37, Appendix B.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, sir.
was there a request there that you were requesting to reserve cross-examination
Yes.
to?
But you said it was provided, so I'm gonna start questioning him about the report. I'd rather sit down with my expert, go over the report, and prepare cross-examination, because I didn't know we were gonna have somebody talking about glare tonight. I thought that would be Mr. Hughes. And he didn't talk about it on direct, and it isn't in his notes. So I would assume they were gonna call him back. But I can ask him some questions about it.
The board will take your request under advisement.
Thank you. Now, I'm looking at Appendix B, page 1 of 37. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Forged Solar Glare Analysis, Project Mountain Trail Solar. You see where it says site configuration?
Yes,
What does that say and what does it mean?
it's abbreviated there, but it looks like it says additional buffers, Gruber and Hess 40 feet.
What is Gruber?
It's one of the road names,
And what is Hess?
another road name.
What is 40 feet?
That's the mature height of the vegetation, which is what this Appendix B model.
Is that existing vegetation that's 40 feet?
No, it's all planted.
Is there a buffer plan that says 40 feet?
No, but this was their estimated mature height.
How do you know what the buffer is if there's no buffer plan?
I didn't say there wasn't a buffer plan.
Oh, have you seen a buffer plan?
The buffers are located on the design, the site plan.
They are.
Yes.
Pull up Exhibit 3. Show me what the buffer consists of and where they're located. And I'm really interested. Sorry, compound. I'll stop. Would it be easier if you had the oversized plans to show the buffer, or is the legend going to be sufficient on the plan?
That legend's not legible just due to the size.
We can spread out the.
That's fine.
Yeah, it may take, yeah, this legend, I can't quite read the words, it's too small.
Yeah. Okay.
For the record, we have spread out the larger version of the plan, which is also marked as Board Exhibit 3, or a part of Board Exhibit 3.
Here on sheet. Sheet C100, it identifies proposed vegetative buffer in a kind of a lime green color. And it shows the locations around the perimeter of several of the array sections.
Does the buffer surround the entire solar project?
No, sir.
Is it only across from residential homes?
That's primarily where it is. Looks like maybe not only, but primarily there.
Okay, so tell me where it's not at residential homes.
See this section here along the eastern edge of the project, around the substation. There's no adjacent homes right there.
But
It's not that.
But you're saying there's a buffer around the substations?
Yes.
What does it consist of?
I'm not sure of the specifics. I know it's identified to be 6 feet at planting.
Where does it say that?
Well, that's in the glare study.
The glare study says the buffer is 6 feet at planting. Where in the glare study does it say that?
I'd have to review the study to find it. I can do that.
You testified that there is a buffer plan. You referenced the.
I'm not sure I said that. I was referring
I'm sorry,
to.
I'll stand corrected. There
I'm sorry.
is no buffer plan?
There's a plan for where the buffers should go on the site plan.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is, what is the buffer? What does it consist of?
I don't know those details.
Because there's no plan, is that correct?
I don't know if there is or not.
Right. So the glare study says 40 feet. They just made that up, didn't they?
I assume that was they got that information from specifics of the plan for the vegetation. I don't know where it came from.
So there's
Correct.
specifics for a plan of vegetation. Are you aware that there is such a document?
No, I assume there is.
Did they tell you there was?
I don't remember for sure.
How long will it take for vegetation to reach 40 feet? How many years?
Depends on what the vegetation is.
Do you know?
I know a lot of evergreens can grow very quick, and a poplar can grow very quick.
And does that impact the glare study?
Only very minimally. There's not much change in glare from the planted height to the 40-foot height. I recognize that it would be a long time before 40-foot height was reached. I don't know exactly how long.
So in the time from planting of the buffer and the time it reaches 40 feet, is the public who drives around that area at risk of glare? Is your analysis still green and yellow?
Yes, there would be glare visible during that time period. That's clearly stated in the report.
So during the years before the buffer reaches 40 feet, there's a public safety risk, is that correct?
No, I don't believe so.
Let's go to your report, Exhibit 39. Under project overview, how do you know that there are two types of solar panels? Are those the two types that are being considered by the applicant?
Yes,
How do you know that?
I've discussed that with them.
With whom?
Horatio,
Who's Horatio?
he's with Leeward.
And and you had a discussion with him, and he provided you the information that these are the two types of solar panels being considered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why isn't that in their narrative or their conditional use plan anywhere?
I can't answer that, I don't know.
What's the size of each solar panel?
They're similar. Are you asking a wattage rating or a
No,
physical size?
Physical size.
Yeah. The silicon panels tend to be a little larger, like something like 6 feet tall and 3.5 feet wide. The thin film, they have two different models, but they're close to that big. The newest ones, maybe 5 feet by 3 feet, something like that.
And what's the distance between each panel?
Very minimal. It might be touching, might be a half an inch.
Is there a difference in stormwater analysis based on the crystalline?
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish your question. Go ahead.
Is there a difference in stormwater analysis between use of the crystalline silicon tier 1 manufacturer versus a cadmium telluride manufactured by First Solar?
I don't see what it would be, but I didn't do any stormwater analysis. I'm not a stormwater expert.
Okay, so you can't answer the question.
Well, you objected to him being qualified in environmental issues.
Yeah.
You didn't testify to any environmental issues, and that's the subject of Mr. Hughes' testimony.
Okay.
Is that an objection or just?
I did object, I believe.
I'll withdraw the question. We'll ask someone who hopefully has knowledge of the two different types of panels when he prepared the stormwater report. Inverters, central station type, the number 2TO, 4 MW megawatt. How do you know that?
Discussions with the developer, and that's what's available in the industry.
And what was do I refer to that as a size?
Yeah, or a size or a capacity.
Okay. What was the capacity relied upon in the sound study?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Exhibit 24. I'm looking at page 7. Does that help you?
Sounds like it would.
But it also looks like you're looking at figure 3.
I did,
on
yes,
page
I did.
6. Okay, well, let's start with figure 6 on page, figure 3 on page 6. Does that indicate?
Sorry, I was looking at the next page. Sorry, I misheard your figure.
Does that provide the response? Does the figure describe
no.
the inverters?
Not figure 3, but figure 4 does.
Okay, what does figure 4 tell me about the MW, the capacity?
This tells you can see these point sources of sound. You can count up the point sources, and it's a 50 megawatt site. So you could divide 50 megawatts by the number of inverters here, and that would tell you their capacity per inverter.
So what's the capacity per inverter?
I want to refer to the plans, because some of these I think are 2 inverters right next to each other, and it's hard to see. I can count at least 16, but I believe it's maybe 20.
How many inverters are there?
I could count them on the site plan if you want me to.
No, I'm hoping that somewhere in the sound study.
Oh, I see.
Save everybody some time.
Counting 21 on page C100 of the site plan.
Yeah, but the point is the sound study doesn't provide the information. Is it possible to replicate the sound study as a professional?
What do you mean by replicating?
Well, normally scientific studies are designed so that another scientific person with expertise can replicate the study. Where's the data in the sound study? Where's all the points of measurement? Where's the data?
I see. I think I see it here in the study. You can see the locations on that results figure 4. It looks like it's 20 or 21 inverters, which tells you they're roughly 2.5 megawatt inverters. And then they give the sound data for each inverter there in the inverters section on page 7.
The sound level per inverter or for the entire figure?
Per inverter, and then the analysis using that per inverter value determines the sound across the area.
Are there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is what figure 4 shows.
Are there inverter skids here?
It depends. I'm not sure what you mean by skid, maybe.
Where
what do you
more
mean by-
than one inverter is present. Those are
Oh.
called inverter skids. Does he reference them? Are they discussed in this study?
That's not the definition of skid I would use.
Well, how do you define it?
Usually I use the word skid to mean not a concrete pad, but a different type of structure, more of a steel structure.
Okay, so what are they going to do here?
It could be either one.
And that doesn't make any difference in the analysis?
No.
What about noise during construction? Is that relevant?
Not to an assessment of operating noise.
And how long will construction be for this project, if you know?
I don't know specifically, I could give an estimate.
Based on your experience, what's the estimated time for construction?
Probably somewhere around a year, around 12 months.
What's a step-up transformer?
That refers to the fact that you're increasing the voltage. Using a transformer decreases voltage. It takes high voltage from the grid and delivers it to a user. A step-up transformer is just a way of indicating your power is starting at the low voltage side and it's stepping up to go toward the higher voltages.
What's a power transformer?
A more general term referring to any transformer conducting power.
How many transformers are involved with this project?
There will be one per inverter, so it looks like approximately 20. And then there's a large substation transformer, just a single transformer there.
What's the maximum rating for the transformers?
What type of rating?
The maximum rating, MVA.
Oh,
Is that,
You're ex- it would be-
is that anywhere in the study?
not that I remember seeing directly. They would be based on the size of the inverter. And the substation transformer will be based on the 50 megawatt size of the facility.
So where's the analysis of the noise level associated with the transformers?
It mentions that. It explains that that's built into this results here on figure 4.
It's built into the results. Can you show me the math?
No, it was in the software. That's proven out. I mean, that's
So we don't-
what the software does.
So in order to print a report with results, don't you have to produce the data for somebody to review for accuracy?
No, not universally. I mean, this is using a reliable software, industry accepted sound analysis software.
Is that the one you use when you do a sound study?
No, my sound studies have been simpler. I've used just some hand calculations of sound propagation.
Page 2 of your expert report, executive summary, first paragraph. How many inverters do you report in your report?
Looks like about 22.
You weren't able to find 22 on their plan, could you?
On the plan I looked at, I didn't look at the zoom in version, I looked at the overall plan. Some places it was hard to tell if it was 1 or 2. On the more zoomed in sheets of the plan, you can see them individually.
the narrative that was included with the application for this commercial solar energy system. In paragraph 18, it says the solar facility will have a lifespan of up to 50 years. In your expert report, under overview of potential impacts on page 3 of 20, the proposed solar photovoltaic system is likely to remain in operation at least 30 years. Can you explain the difference between 30 and 50 years with respect to this system?
Doesn't really feel like a difference to me. I say at least 30 years. I think the wording you said was up to 50 years.
Well, it says lifespan. What do they mean by lifespan up to 50 years?
Now, maybe better to ask them, but it sounds like the project would be there and functioning for 50 years.
Will the panels be functioning for 50 years, or they'll be replaced before then?
I would expect them to be replaced.
But replacement of the panels during the course of the lifespan is not relevant to the decommissioning plan, is it?
It's somewhat relevant because then it determines the age of the panels when the project is decommissioned, which would have an impact on the value of those panels and have an impact on what happens to the panels when it's decommissioned.
So the decommission plan should take into account the age of the panels?
It's very hard to, yes, it'd be hard to predict, but it should consider that.
You conclude, or at least your report states, the positive public health impacts of the Mountain Trail Solar Project significantly outweigh any health and safety risks as you describe in your report. What are the positive public health impacts of this project?
Reduced pollution from other sources of electricity, in particular, the most significant of which would be air pollution, and and therefore reduction in the negative impacts of that air pollution.
And that's where my objection goes to. He is not an expert who can testify that a public health benefit of solar is a reduction of air pollution.
The objection is sustained.
Are there any other positive public health benefits? Excuse me, public health impacts?
You could argue that there's climate change impacts. This is going to also reduce greenhouse gases. In a limited way from this one project, but that will have longer term impacts on public health.
Same objection.
Mr. Gallagher.
He's asking the question. Just answer.
The issue, Mr. Buck, is you're objecting to your own line of questioning.
No, I'm questioning whether he can give an expert opinion. He can state as a layperson whatever he wants to state. He's here as an expert.
He's asking the questions.
So you're asking the question, you're objecting to the answer.
All right, I'll rephrase the question. How does this project impact greenhouse gas emissions?
This project produces megawatt hours of electricity that directly offset burning of natural gas and coal that would have produced those same megawatt hours of electricity. And it's undeniable that burning that coal and natural gas releases greenhouse gases. So those greenhouse gases are now not released into the environment.
How do you know that? How do you know that those greenhouse gases from those sources will not be emitted because of the Mountain Trail Solar Project?
I think I know what I just said is because it's undeniable this project's going to put a lot of electricity on the grid. I don't think that's that debate. The fact that this project's producing electricity has no impact on who's using electricity. So the same amount of electricity is being used. That means that this project's putting a lot of electricity on the grid. It's undeniable, because basic physics say that amount of electricity is now not produced by other sources. The most flexible source, meaning the source that will be the first one to reduce output in changing grid situations, is natural gas. Longer term, the utilities have desires to retire coal plants, and installation of utility scale solar is allowing them to retire those coal plants. So it's undeniable that the electricity being produced by this project is reducing the burning of coal and natural gas.
Will the residents of Windsor Township be able to obtain solar energy from the Mountain Trail project?
I mean, they can't purchase it directly, but once the electricity goes on the grid, it will follow the path of least resistance. So these electrons will go to these homes, but that's not the way it's metered or paid for. So they're not commercially purchasing it, but electrically it is going to their homes.
Turning to page 4 of your report. You have a number of photographs. I'll assume none of them are in Windsor Township, correct?
Correct.
The first series of photographs, you are showing the initial site work, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how much grading is going to be performed in order to install solar panels on 449 acres?
I have some idea, but I don't know many specifics.
Would you characterize it as significant amount of grading?
I would suggest it's limited grading.
And what's your basis for saying limited rather than significant?
The project is cheaper to build, and less grading they have to do, so they'll do minimum grading required. And I drove by the site, I saw that it does have quite a bit of rolling hills, but it didn't strike me as many places where the modules couldn't go, or the racking couldn't go on those rolling hills.
So you believe the racking can be placed on slopes of 10 to 15%?
No, not quite at those. I would not expect it to be quite at those slopes. It also depends on which orientation. If those are slopes more north-south or more east-west.
Did you do any analysis of the impact of the slopes on the 449 acres on the ability to do utility work to prepare the site?
I did not.
You also have no analysis of noise during construction?
No, sir, I don't.
What is the voltage low side and high side of the step-up transformers?
You're asking what specific voltages?
The voltage low side and voltage high side.
Yeah. I would suspect it's around 600 volts on the low side and probably 34,500 on the high side.
What is the voltage and type of direct buried conductor between the step-up transformers and the switchyard substation?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. It's a medium voltage cable, probably a 35 kV class medium voltage cables. Could be aluminum or copper, probably more likely aluminum.
Do you know whether a grounding study has been performed on the switchyard and the substation?
I don't know. I expect that would happen later in the development process, but I don't know for sure.
Page 5 of your report where it says electrical work. Can you identify or describe what is in the photo, the first photo on the left?
It looks like a combiner box where wires from solar panels get combined together and then go into the inverter.
What did you call this, a combiner box?
Combiner box. It's just electrically connects together a group of wires. A whole bunch of little wires get connected together to just a pair of big wires.
Will there be one at this site?
I would expect so. It depends on the exact design, but likely.
How many would you suggest they have?
Probably quite a few per inverter.
And the photograph in the middle, what does that depict?
The one with the clouds in the background?
The one with...
Oh, the top row.
The one with the spools.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, those are spools of we call it a home run wire. These are the wires that connect a group of panels to a combiner box.
Okay, and the top right?
This is at a inverter pad before the inverter has been installed. So you can see kind of in the middle to right of that, a whole bunch of black wires coming up out of conduits. Those are the wires that are going to go into the inverter. It gets set there with a crane.
But they go into the inverter?
Yeah, they come into the bottom of the inverter.
Okay. Lower left, is that the inverters?
That box on the left is an inverter. The one on the right is a transformer.
And do you know the height?
Roughly 6 feet.
Photograph in the middle, that's the power line?
Yep, this is what usually referred to as a riser pole. This is where underground cables either come up to an overhead pole or overhead pole goes down to underground pole.
Under operations and maintenance, who maintains the site?
Whoever the operations and maintenance contractor is.
How often?
I mean, there's different practices. Most often is maintaining the grass. That's 4 to 10 times a year. And then monthly to quarterly kind of preventative maintenance checks. It depends on just the operational plans. Something in that ballpark.
On page 13, at the very bottom, talking about operation and maintenance under the topic of toxicity.
Mm-hmm.
You said in Pennsylvania there is ample rain to keep the panels clean. What's ample?
Enough.
Is there a certain number of inches in Berks County that should occur in order for the panels to be kept clean?
This is true industry-wide, roughly east of the Mississippi River.
And if we're in a drought and a rain deficit?
It's possible that, the panels then will build up some dirt, then the next rain comes, they'd expect to wash them off.
Okay, you testified on direct, cleaning would just be water.
Correct.
Your study says only deionized water. Where do you get deionized water?
You can get it from industrial suppliers. I don't know specifically. I've never gone to source it.
So they can't use well water to clean the solar panels?
You can. They just don't clean as well. You kind of like washing a window. You get more likely to have some residue left over. Plenty of, industry, like I'm saying, on the East Coast, very rarely washes panels. It can be done with well water. The best practice is deionized water.
Why? What's the differences? Does it impact the function of the panel?
Ever so slightly. Just how clean you get it is the difference.
We're at 2 hours. I'd like to take a break. I'm not sure how, I've got a ways to go in his report, so it's a good time to take a break.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. All right, folks, we're gonna get started again. We're gonna go back on the record. Ms. Lang, have you had an opportunity to review the objection?
I did look at this, yes.
Okay. Are you prepared to proceed this evening?
I am not at this time, no.
Okay. What I propose that we do is that we convene on November 6th at 6 o'clock p.m. That will be at the Windsor Township building. Sorry. Is it the 8th? Yes, I'm sorry, it's November 8th. It is a Wednesday though. That part I got right. So November 8th at 6 o'clock p.m., 110 Haas Road in Windsor Township, Hamburg, Pennsylvania, for that issue, and that issue only. Yeah, there will be nothing else will be considered, but the public is invited to attend to that, and that will occur again November 8th at 6 o'clock p.m. Anyone who cannot be physically present can appear via Zoom for that proceeding. Okay. Can we just go off the record for one moment?
So, I'm not, just going forward. We're gonna be going forward, we're not gonna be in this room. The school is asking us to use the high school. So.
We'll go back on the record, and Mr. Cluck, you can continue.
Mr. Cleveland, you still have the plans. Can you find grading and drainage plan number 5, which is sheet C-205? And I think the smaller one for the question I'm asking you should be able to find it. Almost at the very end.
What was the sheet number?
205. The title is Grading and Drainage Plan 5.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. I see 2 square black boxes. Are those substations?
Yes, yes.
Why are there 2?
Yeah, one is, colloquially get both called substations. One is a substation and one is a switch yard. So one of them has the transformer in it. The other one is owned by the utility, or at least maintained, operated by the utility, and it has some additional switches and metering equipment.
And then it says proposed bioretention facility. What is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, I'll go along with it. It looks like some kind of detention basin.
It does.
Can we assume bioretention probably has something to do with the transformer oil?
Possibly, but I wouldn't assume that.
And that's what I'm doing also. Okay. So you're not able to definitively discuss the purpose of the proposed bioretention facility and whether or not it has secondary containment that meets EPA regulations?
I'm not. Okay. I can't say. Normally, the required containment is directly under the transformer.
Okay. All right, back to your report, page 6, under electric shock and arc flash. Is there a difference between an arc flash and an arc fault?
Just slightly, but it's not much different. The arc fault is the event occurring, and then the flash is the energy that's released. they probably get used interchangeably in some situations.
Okay. Would you agree with me that DC arc faults may be the primary cause of fires at solar farms?
Yes.
In your report on page 6, under electric shock and arc flash, to help ensure that only qualified people have access to the equipment, the NEC, which is the National Electrical Code, requires a perimeter security fence. And we talked about that a little bit. My question is, the narrative and the application talk about an ag-style fence. Does an ag-style fence, if you know what it is, meet the NEC requirement for a perimeter security fence?
It does, as long as it's tall enough.
And what does that height have to be?
I believe it's 7 feet. If you don't have barbed wire, which ag fence would generally not have barbed wire.
Well, I recollect there's 2 different types of fencing being proposed here. The one with the barbed wire, do I recall that it's around the substation?
That is typical.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I remember that, as reading that as well.
Okay, so with the NEC requirement, is it just for the substation fencing, or is it also applicable around the panels?
It's applicable around the panels.
Under fire and emergency response, in the second paragraph, you give 2 examples, real world examples of fires. The first one, you identify 3 acres of grass under a utility scale PV facility burned without igniting the panels mounted just above the grass. And you have a site from July 2015. Would you know how long the 3 acre, I mean, the point you're making is it didn't ignite the panels, but how long did it take for 3 acres of grass to burn?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Would you agree 3 acres of grass is a significant piece of real estate?
It depends on the context. Yes, in some contexts.
The next example was a 5 acre grass fire under a portion of a 400 acre PV facility, and that also didn't ignite any of the modules. And when you say modules, you mean the panels?
Yes.
And that was cited in a footnote August of 2022. Do you know how long a 5 acre grass fire burned before it was put out?
I don't know, and I'm not sure if it was put out or if it went out on its own.
It then goes on to say the most significant fire hazard at a utility scale solar facility may be the oil in the transformers. We all know that the oil cannot and does not contain PCBs, correct?
That's correct.
How often is the oil in the transformer switched or changed?
It goes extremely long time. I'm not sure how long, but it lasts a very long time.
30 years?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In your experience in the solar industry, have you ever observed or asked anybody about switching out the transformer oil? How long is its useful life?
Not that I recall.
So the most significant fire hazard at a utility scale solar facility is the oil, but you don't know how it's maintained, how often it needs to be changed.
Yeah, if it needed to be changed, it would not be related to fire characteristics.
We may have covered this. It says the risk of fire associated with ground cover and perimeter vegetation are reduced by landscaping plans, and I asked you about the buffer plan. Is the landscaping plan different from a buffer plan?
Yes, in this context, it's referring to vegetation in the array areas, under the array.
Okay, and what are the landscaping plans for this project?
For some kind of low-growing vegetation.
Where does it say that?
I don't remember, but I have never seen anything other than that in the industry. That's what I'm referring to here, that the plans are, they're gonna plant something that is maintained at a low enough height to not block sunlight from the panels. And then you get this parallel benefit of never having too much vegetation or very much vegetation.
When we talk about landscaping plans, are we talking about under the panels?
That's, in this situation, yes.
Okay. It says perimeter vegetation. What does perimeter vegetation mean?
Oh, I apologize. In that situation, I think that is referring to buffer vegetation on the perimeter of the site. I apologize. So in this case, looks like landscaping plans there in that sentence is referring to both ground cover and perimeter vegetation.
But there is no specific buffer or landscaping plan as a separate document.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't base, there's not one that I based this on. I based this on the fact that you have the parallel benefits of avoiding shading from the panels and then also avoiding much fuel by keeping that ground cover low.
You discussed lead and cadmium. I think it's page 9 in the context of the solar panels. On page 10, you discuss broken PV panels. And you're referencing a study that examined the worst case exposure routes of soil, air, and groundwater. Do you know the maximum levels of lead defined by EPA?
For what situation?
The study found the worst case lead or cadmium exposure via oil, soil, and water were each orders of magnitude less than the maximum levels defined by the EPA to have no adverse health effects. In the case of water, the health screening level used in the analysis is the same as the maximum concentration level set by EPA for water quality in public water systems. I just want to know if you know what the lead level, the MCL is for lead.
Yeah, off the top of my head, no, I don't know that number.
PV panel end of life, bottom of page 10, it says the expected economic life of utility scale PV panels is 30 to 40 years. I think we discussed that the narrative talks about 50 years, but it's really 30 to 40. And then you discuss on page 11, what do you do with panels at the end of their economic life? Is there sufficient recycling capacity for 449 acres of solar panels?
Yes.
There is.
Yes.
Where?
There's numerous facilities in many states that are able to recycle solar panels today around the U.S.
Under recycling in the middle of the page, I will quote, "These initial PV recycling plants will not have the capacity to recycle the millions of installed PV panels, but in the coming decades, it's expected the PV-specific recycling plants will become much more commonplace." You stand by your statement, there's current capacity to recycle PV panels?
You asked specifically about 400 and some acres, and yes, there's definitely capacity for that.
And is that reserved anywhere?
No.
Under disposal of panels that end their economic life, there's something called a T-CLIP, TCLP, a toxic characteristic leasing procedure. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And your report indicates that the silicon panels pass the T-CLIP test. You say the first solar CDTE, that's the cadmium modules, are reported to pass the T-CLIP, that's TCLP test. Have you seen that report?
I've seen reports that say that, but I haven't seen the direct test report.
Have you ever had those panels tested under the T-CLIP for hazardous waste characteristics?
I personally have not.
Okay. If the leachate from the panel does not pass the T-CLIP test, do you know what that means?
Yes, it's classified as hazardous waste.
And hazardous waste can't be buried in a sanitary landfill, can it?
It has to go, not in a regular municipal landfill, it has to go to a hazardous waste landfill.
Under transformer oil on page 13, it says the generator step up, which it defines as GSU, transformer in the substation, and the inverter step up transformers do contain oil. Several types of oil can be used in transformers to provide the needed electrical insulation and cooling. Moving on. Due to the large volume of oil contained in the generator step-up transformer, they are installed with a secondary containment structure under them to contain any oil leaked or spilled. And you had mentioned, when I was asking you about the bioretention, you talked about underneath the transformer. Is that secondary containment subject to the EPA regulation at Part 112 of 40 CFR?
I don't know the regulation by that name, but that is the way substations typically meet the EPA requirements for possibly impacting water, wetlands with oil.
Ongoing monitoring of transformer temperature and pressure. How is there ongoing monitoring? Is that something done remotely?
It is.
And regular preventative maintenance is likely to find the rare leak when it is still small. Regular preventive maintenance. What's the time period? What in your expertise is regular?
At least once a year, maybe more often.
And do any of these remote monitoring detect when a leak occurs, other than during regular maintenance?
Not directly, but the temperature and pressure sensing can indicate a leak.
That some parameter would indicate an alarm would go off, and then they'd have to have their off-site people come to the site.
That's correct.
Page 14, herbicides. Do you still recommend the use of Roundup?
I don't recommend anything. I mean, anything related to maintenance. I mean, it is common in industry, but I don't recommend it. I don't make any recommendations per se.
Is the industry standard practice for maintaining the vegetation at solar facilities, is the use of Roundup an appropriate herbicide as an industry standard?
It's common, and I don't have any knowledge that it's not appropriate.
Are you aware of the health effects of Roundup?
To some degree, I'm aware there's concerns. Yes, I'm not aware of all the details, but yes, I'm generally aware.
And would that be a potential negative public health and safety concern?
The concern there is possibly to the applicators, people that are around it close and for long periods of time. Small use on the site here would have no impact to people off-site.
So you're telling the people who live across the street from an area that's been sprayed with Roundup are at no risk?
The amount of Roundup used here is dramatically different, orders of magnitude less than what's used on Roundup Ready crops, where the entire field is sprayed multiple times a year. At a utility scale site, it's used only in spot treatment, very limited locations, hand applied.
Is it sprayed before the panels are installed?
I'm not sure, not on specs of it, not typically. I don't know if you're looking for, say, like, do they spray the whole field?
I don't know, it's 440 acres. How much Roundup will be used?
You'd have to ask exactly I don't have an answer for that, but it's very little relative to common agricultural uses.
So do you know currently how much Roundup is used on current agricultural uses for a comparison?
Not in units of like gallons, but I know it's many crops is applied more than once a season across the entire field.
Is that a general answer, or that's specific to Windsor Township?
That's for U.S. agriculture.
Page 16 on glare, on the very bottom. Quote, "The only time the sunlight hits the panels at a low enough angle to cause significant reflection is near sunrise and sunset. At this time, the sunlight bounces off the panels, much like a rising/setting sun can reflect off the surface of a lake. For someone to see this reflection, they must be at an elevated location, or the sun must be very close to the horizon." How long are these so-called brief periods, let's say in November?
And it depends on the specifics of the location and the array, anywhere from a few minutes to an hour.
So when it says they must be at an elevated location, we're talking about someone driving on the road on a hillside looking down on the solar panel, and that's someone who might be affected by glare?
Yes, that could be an example.
And is that an example that occurs where the roads are elevated higher than the panels in some locations here?
Yes, probably. Yes, I think that would apply to some locations.
On page 17, last full paragraph towards the bottom, the analysis also estimated the glare visible at 14 nearby properties. The Forge Solar, and that's the software that was used for the glare analysis.
That's right.
The Forge Solar analysis found that portions of 6 of the 7 roads will experience some glare when the planted vegetative buffers are at the initial planted height of 6 feet, And at a portion of 4 of the 7 roads, expect motorists to have a potential for an average of 15 minutes or more of moderate intensity glare, which in parentheses appears to be defined as glare intense enough to cause an after image, quote, yellow, close quote, glare in the report, referencing the glare study, per day of occurrence. Considering the prevalence of this yellow glare, they also analyzed the project with the planted vegetative buffer at mature height 40 feet and found a dramatic reduction in the amount of yellow glare visible to motorists once the buffer vegetation has matured. The affected roads are rural secondary roads with 35 mph speed limits, which limits potential hazard of glare due to the slow speeds and small traffic volume. Do you think the people in this room would agree with those statements?
I don't know.
The risk of glare is not as significant because the speed limit's only 35 miles an hour? Head-on accident with a truck at 35 miles per hour, will that cause significant damage to the occupants and the car?
Yes.
And small traffic volume, you believe, is a relevant consideration in a glare study?
Yes, due to both spacing between cars and a small number of motorists that would possibly see the glare.
Did you do a traffic study?
No.
And how do you determine it's a small traffic volume?
Yeah. Based on the location and just the rural area, it was an assumption.
Thank you for your patience. I'm done with my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mrs. Ballfazer, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Hold on.
Call you Oprah.
Okay, I have a question about this document.
Okay.
So I don't know what exhibit it is.
What document is that? Is that
That's my report, 39.
That's exhibit 39. Thank you.
Exhibit 39. Okay, when was this document written?
It was finalized this date here, October 23rd.
So just this past Monday it was finalized?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that about 3 weeks ago is when you saw the glare analysis?
Yes, something in that ballpark.
And is that when you reviewed then all of the other documents that Mountain Trail Solar would have?
Yes, it was starting around the time.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that some of the information provided in this document was provided by Mountain Trail Solar?
Some of it, yes.
Did you write this paper in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay, so on page 1 then, under report author, why is that written in third person language? If you wrote the entire document.
That's just a formal style I decided to use for this section.
Okay. And did you obtain all your data sources personally? Everything that's quoted in this document, that you've actually run down the sources and provided the sources, or did you work with someone else to provide some of the information that's contained within?
Yeah, I did all this research myself.
Okay. And were you told to include certain statements in your document?
No.
Okay, well then let's turn to page 10 at the bottom. Okay, and to help assure that the project is fully decommissioned at the appropriate time without putting the cost burden on the landowners or the county, the project will post decommissioning surety as required by Windsor Township ordinance. That does not sound like somebody who is just doing a research paper. That sounds like information that may have been provided by someone else.
I see.
Okay.
No,
The bottom of, let's just do page 16. Okay, on the top half, last sentence before sources for further reading. One of the leading solar heat island effect researchers, Greg Barron Gafford, professor at University of Arizona, prepared a report on the potential for solar heat island effect on the proposed Mountain Trail project that explains that when the area under the PV array is vegetated with grass, the solar heat island effect is expected to be fully mitigated. How did you obtain that information?
I reviewed his report. That was provided to me by the project developer.
Okay. Page 1 of the report. Okay, you said that the report was finalized just last Monday, but the picture that you have provided there is an old picture. So I'm hoping that the rest of the information that you have provided within is in line with the new application versus the old application.
Yes, I hope so as well. I'm not sure what you're.
Well, I can just tell by the map that.
It's the older.
Because, yeah,
the older
because
version.
yes, it's the older version.
Yeah, I did have both versions. That if that's the case, like that's my mistake to have used that version instead of the newer one.
Okay. The project overview, you also state, the two different kinds, and throughout your report, the three different kinds of panels. I don't recall, and I mean, we can track this down, but at one of the meetings, we were told that they were going to be using First Solar's panels. So, unless that has changed, because and I know we've got documentation going back, and we can research that, but we were told that First Solar was going to be the contractor for that. So I don't know, like I said, if that changed, but we were told that at some point, and like I said, we can go back in notes and find that.
Are you asking him a question?
Yes, is that what you were told at this point? Because.
Yeah, I was told that there was a chance it could be either technology.
Okay, so that wasn't decided then? As of
I'm
3
not
weeks
sure.
ago.
At least I was asked to include both in my analysis.
Okay. Okay, on page 2. The paragraph that starts with PV systems produce emission-free electricity. Directly replaces electricity produced by fossil fuel power, which I know you've addressed, and you've said about phased out the coal and the gas, but you did not mention about the nuclear power that obviously produces no emissions.
Right.
So that was not, that's an emission, but as to why was that not included?
Because that was just in my comments, this analysis considered the possibility of impacts to nuclear. But nuclear plants are very difficult to adjust their output, so they tend to not get adjusted. When this solar puts power on the grid, the nuclear keeps producing at the rate it was. What gets adjusted is the gas and the coal.
And does the solar get adjusted?
Only by changes in daylight, though it's just.
But you can't, so you cannot scale that back?
Oh, you can easily.
How is that done?
There's a controller, essentially like a knob. That's what my day job works with now a lot, is verifying that that system works correctly at new large transmission connected projects. And a control system that sends commands out to all inverters and can adjust the output. So they can rapidly and quickly turn it down if they want to or need to.
And would you agree that other sources of electricity producers are necessary?
Yes.
Because obviously, solar only operates when the sun's shining.
Yes.
Okay, you state that there's a limited risk to health and safety, which I know we've addressed, but as far as the arcing or whatever, but you're saying that the risk is low. But if the risk is low, there is risk. And to those of us that are going to be, within 100 feet of 440 acres, anything that, if it's a low risk, it is a risk. Another sentence, next paragraph, you say, while solar panels may contain small amounts of toxic materials, they possess no risk
This
to
is
the public.
Balthaser. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Were you asking the witness?
Yes, I am going to ask the question.
The prior statement you
Oh, I'm sorry, what was?
were you asking him if there was a risk?
I'm sorry, wait,
Can you read back
Yeah,
her prior
please.
question?
yes, please.
You state that there's a limited risk to health and safety, which I know you addressed, but as far as the arcing and whatever, but you're saying that the risk is low. But if the risk is low, there is a risk, and to those of us that are going to be within 100 feet of 440 acres, anything that, if it's a low risk, it is a risk.
Yes,
Do you agree with that statement?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I can restate it. It's is a low risk, no risk.
Oh, yeah. I would say a negligible risk or a non-zero risk. Extreme events, some car runs off the road and damages panels. And you get out of your car and touch a broken wire. That kind of shock hazard, super negligible risk. But everything I've already testified to, there's practically zero risk, but it's the scientific part of me has a hard time saying zero. It's effectively zero. Negligible, I wouldn't call it low, I'd call it negligible, more or less zero.
But this next sentence says, may contain small amounts of toxic materials, but possess no risk. So how can you say may contain and then possesses no risk? That sounds like a contradiction, is it not?
I don't think so. It's kind of a point. They contain materials that in certain situations could be hazardous, but when installed in panels in a field like they're going to be installed, they have no risk to people around them.
Last paragraph where you have your bullet points.
Which page?
About same page 2, the bullet points on the bottom.
Okay.
You just state, my opinions are summarized as follows. So they're opinions, not facts.
I guess so. I think you call them opinions.
You state, will result in significant reduction of regional air pollution. Regional air pollution, regional meaning what? What's the region there? What do you consider the region?
As far out as the large power plants are, I don't have a real exact area here, but maybe roughly the state, kind of air pollution from large power plants travels fairly large distances, it affects fairly large distances. regional area, roughly size of the state, but I don't have a real exact.
Do you think that fossil fuel plants will be closed because of this 440-acre solar property?
Not solely due to this one project.
So then it will not impact regional air pollution. This project will
No,
not.
you asked if there would
impact-
be, some project will be directly closed because of this single project. I said no, but this project has an impact on closing fossil fuel projects, and it very clearly has an impact on the amount of fuel that they burn, which affects regional air pollution. It's different than the question you asked about closing a specific fossil fuel project.
And will the creation of all these solar panels and wires and everything that goes with it not create pollution in itself?
It does, but very small amount compared to other sources of electricity. For other kinds of plants, you also have to make that, build that fossil fuel plant. But then their bigger impact is all the mining and transport and burning of the fuel. So yes, it's non-zero, it's something, but it's very small compared to other sources of electricity.
Considering our region, even just Windsor Township, with that same question, the regional air pollution, how many trucks do you think will be in our area polluting our air due to this project?
Yeah, it'll be quite a few truckloads. I don't have a great guess. More than 100 truckloads.
Do you still believe that regional air pollution?
Yeah, it's very short. I mean, that was considered in this EPA analysis, all the impacts.
But that's, you're talking, what did you say, countrywide?
I'm not sure.
As
what
far
you
as
mean.
the impact.
No, this was the study I referenced to get these specific values earlier on this page. It was a national study, but it looked separately region by region. So it was a regional
But
study.
not specific to this 440 acres. Next,
No.
the next one will not result in any negative impacts to public health or safety. So based on that statement, you're saying that there is, public health and safety would be those around the project. There is not going to be any negative public health and safety concerns.
That's right.
So no increase in noise.
Well, I don't consider that a health or safety impact. I addressed that in one of the points lower. Extremely minimal impact, increase of noise. The Kimberly-Horn report says it, I think, barely perceptible was the terminology they used.
How about during the 2 years of construction, when they're drilling and they're
Yeah.
moving dirt and trucks and everything else?
Yeah, there will be some noise. It doesn't
Would you
change
say a
my,
little bit of noise or considerable
I'm
noise?
gonna object on this is relevant because the construction process is entirely different from the conditional use process and operations. Those are not an issue here. Construction is not an issue. It's not relevant.
Overruled.
Means I can continue. What about the glare? I mean, you mentioned trees, even 40-foot trees. Will those 40-foot trees, which we know are gonna take years to get there, are they gonna be together like a fence that they will actually block all the glare?
yes, that's the plan. It'll be multiple layers of vegetation.
Multiple layers of vegetation, I don't hear, you are getting it right now, that will block the glare.
That's my understanding. That's the basis of the Kimberly-Horn report. That's their understanding of the vegetation.
The next one, the temperature of the area surrounding the site will not be impacted by temperature. What what do you consider the surrounding of the site? What's the distance that you're saying?
Outside of the project fence line?
So directly outside?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, next page, page 3. In your statement here, you state, this report considers its potential impacts in Windsor Township from the start of construction onward, so construction, including decommissioning of the project and restoration of the land. However, even though you state start of construction onward, the only piece that you're showing that I saw was a couple of pictures of the construction piece. Why isn't there more information on here about the construction piece?
Because there's no health and safety concerns from construction.
2 years, as you just said, is going to be noisy.
I don't think that's quite what I said.
Well, I asked the question and you said yes, you agreed that it was gonna be noisy, but we can. But 2 years of construction with trucks and, like I said, people, them moving and drilling and everything else.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
there's
not
no drilling.
Well, how do they pound those things into the ground?
Yeah, they do that, they pound them into the ground. That's a
Okay.
fairly limited window of time when that occurs. That's not occurring over the whole 2 years.
I don't wanna ask anything that's already been covered, so just bear with me. Well, this was already addressed, so I won't go through it again. On page 6. There's, let's see if I can find it. There's just several points where we're talking about, the panels. And it talks about the elements, and I think we mentioned before about the elements being separate, and then when you put them together, I think you used the example of salt.
Correct.
Was one of those. Information that I had found about cadmium telluride, does that not create toxic fumes when it's heated?
Not when it's heated. I don't know why it would be heated in a, what kind of temperature are you thinking of?
Like a fire, if it's heated in a fire.
No, what I've seen is the studies that have looked at that, they found it actually gets encapsulated by the glass. If it's a hot fire, the glass kind of balls up and tends to encapsulate it. There may be some of it may become gaseous, but it'd be a very small amount.
So you've not seen a report where it says cadmium telluride emits toxic fumes when heated. Firefighters are to use all protective gear, including full-face, self-contained breathing apparatus?
I've not seen that.
If they go to a fire?
I've not seen that recommendation.
What are you referencing, I'm sorry?
This was something I found by the chemistry learner.
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. took some screenshots if you'd like to see. Page 7. Under toxicity, you're talking about PVC plastics on the, third line up. For PVC plastics, at some point, ruled to be toxic and were taken out of like food containers.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, are you aware that PVC plastics were established to be carcinogenic?
No.
Check the lack of foundation.
I didn't hear what he said, I couldn't hear you.
The objection is due to lack of foundation. Where are you going with this?
What? Just, he's saying things aren't toxic. I'm just going through his report and picking things out.
I'm sure there's PVC conduit in this building. Like PVC conduit is just extremely common electrical conduit.
It's mentioned in the report.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I know the pro se nature that there's a lot of leeway, but I would ask that actual questions be asked.
There are questions being asked, Mr. Gallagher. There have been a couple of occasions, but we've addressed that. So I'm gonna give some leeway. You can continue.
Yeah. You mentioned about page 8. And I think you mentioned previously about breakage with glass and possible hailstorms. Are you aware of the hailstorm that occurred here in Berks County in May of 2014?
No.
There. Well, there was a major.
You can ask a question. If he's not aware of it, then you'll have to.
So are you aware of a hailstorm that occurred on May 2014 that produced millions of dollars in damage in Berks County?
No.
If there were a huge hailstorm to occur again, that could potentially destroy thousands of panels, how would that affect the solar farm?
They would replace all the broken panels. They have insurance to cover that kind of damage. That's standard in the industry. So the broken modules will be removed and replaced with new ones.
And how likely do you think that would be for them to do something like that, to replace thousands?
I'm sure it would happen. That'd be extremely likely. The insurance would cover the cost of their paying insurance for just that kind of rare event.
And you had mentioned that with broken panels, if there was maybe one broken panel, they would not be able to see that on the monitoring system, but if there were multiples, they could. How many would it take for them to actually see it on a remote monitoring system?
There's a lot of variables. It depends on the exact system and how close together the modules were, and if they're in different rows or the same row, but probably something on the order of 20 modules, something like that.
So if there were a car crash that maybe only impacted 5 or 6, would they be able to tell that?
Not from the monitoring system.
page 11. Under the recycling bullet, there's a statement there about recycling comes at a cost premium to disposing the panels in landfill. However, PC recycling technology improves the number of panels reaching end of life. It's possible that in the future, recycling PV panels will more than pay for itself. So are you stating that today, cost premium, does that mean that there is a cost to recycle?
Yes, that's right.
So there's a cost, not a benefit.
Yes, there's a cost. There's some types of benefits, but there's a cost.
And what cost? Do you know how much it would be?
It's something like $20 or $30 a panel.
$40 or $30?
20 or 30.
$20 or $30 a panel.
Yeah, that's, depends on there's a lot of variables there, but something in that ballpark.
And do you know what it would cost to go to a landfill, possibly?
A lot less, more like $1 to $5.
And you're stating, it says possibly in the future, recycling PV panels will more than pay for itself. Do you have any scientific data that supports that?
Yeah, that's based on staying up to date on the industry and reading lots of industry publications, both from like the waste management and recycling industry and solar industry. There's a lot of work going on now to reduce those costs.
You make a statement here about First Solar is the only significant manufacturer of cadmium telluride modules has been developing successfully using recycling process. Is that where you're getting your costs from that you just said about what it typically costs to recycle?
Yes, good question. No, what I was referring to was all associated with silicon modules. I don't have a price estimate for the First Solar, but I know they've been doing more significant recycling for a longer period of time. So I would expect it to be similar kind of ballpark.
If this was covered or not, but back to the panel washing. Do you have any idea how often that would happen?
I mean, extremely rarely. It might never happen. Might be after 10 years. Something along those lines.
The other thing, is this your document?
Yes.
Can you identify that?
It says, Health and Safety Impacts of Solar Photovoltaics, May 2017, North Carolina State University. And there's actually a picture that's very similar, not exact, but similar on page 1 of 20, bottom left corner.
If you're gonna show the witness that exhibit, we need to have it marked. We need to have it marked as an exhibit if you're gonna show it to them.
See it?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I don't know what the process is.
Why don't we go off the record to mark that if you want to come forward?
It has some notes in there, but.
Ball phaser or objector?
Ball phaser 1.
Okay, we're going to go back on the record, and Mrs. Balthaser is providing to the witness a copy of Exhibit Balthaser 1. for the clarity of the record, can you please just identify that, Mr. Cleveland?
Yes, this is the white paper I referred to earlier in my testimony. I was the lead author of this. It's a NC State University publication called Health and Safety Impacts of Solar Photovoltaics, dated May 2017.
Thank you, Mrs. Balthaser, you may proceed.
I just have questions regarding that. And where's the?
You need it back?
Just the one question I have is, I'm not sure if they're the same document, you can only state that.
Yeah.
My question is, the document that is on, this exhibit?
Exhibit Balthaser 1.
No, that's not. The one he presented.
Exhibit 39.
39, sorry. The one on 39 has your name on it. It says by Tommy Cleveland, May 2017. This one that I got offline does not have your name on it, but yet it's the same document. Why does one have your name on it, one does not?
Yeah, they reformatted it. This was in 2019. After I'd already left the university, I wasn't involved with the reformatting. I don't know why it happened, but both of them are still available online through the university. So it's still the same report, just some reformatting. The biggest difference is the cover.
And which would you say is more recent?
They both have the same. More recent is the one shown in Exhibit 39, but the information in them is the same.
You're saying they are the same?
I'm saying all the content is the same, the formatting has changed. So they definitely look different, especially on the cover, but it's the same content. And I was not involved with the reformatting. I was involved with the original version, which is the version you have.
Would you say that there is a change in how the panels are cleaned from Balthaser Exhibit?
Balthaser Exhibit 1.
Balthaser Exhibit 1 to what you stated on here about cleaning the solar panels?
Do you ask about differences in time or differences in reports?
Differences in what you use to clean the solar panels?
Yeah, no, I don't believe there's been changes.
Let me just. Sorry. Can I share that?
You may approach the witness. What page are you pointing to?
Page 11, end of the first paragraph. Yeah, and here it says nothing more than soap and water are required for this activity.
And the soap and water, what's in here?
No, this newer report says water. I don't remember the source of why this report said soap and water. My understanding of practices in the years since this report is that soap is not used and not required. It's only water.
Do you have any further questions?
I do. All right.
No apology needed.
This was my homework today. 19. Regarding noise, would a malfunctioning inverter or an aging one create additional noise?
Possible malfunctioning would, usually when they malfunction, they just shut down and don't make any noise, but it could be possible.
And would it be a little bit of noise or a lot of noise if it were to malfunction?
Depending on what the malfunction is, I've been out at hundreds of sites and never heard a malfunctioning one.
Second paragraph under noise, second sentence, I believe. Our world is full of sounds day and night, even in quiet rural areas, and any sounds from the PV project would be in concert with the existing sounds. So are you stating that the sounds that we're going to hear at night from the inverters or any other sounds, whether they're regarding the solar project, are going to be in concert with our existing nightly sounds?
This project's not going to make any sounds at night. So maybe I didn't word that well. If it's suggesting to you that there's going to be nighttime sounds. That was not the intent. Yeah, that was not the intent of the sentence.
So that's an incorrect statement?
No, maybe not well worded, but I don't know that it's incorrect.
Also says, appropriate analysis metric is not if the sounds are audible, but if they are noticeable or bothersome. Is that not a subjective statement?
Which aspect of the statement?
Well, the noticeable or bothersome, I mean, bothersome would be subjective.
Well, I use that terminology because that's the terminology used by the non-objective measurements or guidelines that I referenced, the EPA and WHO guidelines. That's the terminology they use, so they define it in their recommendations.
Next page. At the end, page 19. Third paragraph, page 19. Regarding the analysis. Is this information that's provided here in the analysis something that you actually were involved in, or is it information that was obtained from another source?
I didn't make the measurements myself. It was obtained from other sources.
It mentions that a 3.6 megawatt hour inverter, it has the 101 decibel noise level. Is that what is being proposed at the Mount Trail Solar Farm?
This 3.6 megawatt inverter is referring to a specific make and model. This project hasn't defined the specific make and model, but they're proposing similar sized inverters.
And are you familiar with what 101 decibels sounds like?
I want to make sure you're aware that this 101 here is a sound power level and not a sound pressure level, which I try to explain here that they're both in decibel units, but they're not directly comparable. I think you're probably referring to a sound pressure level.
Could be.
The sound power level doesn't have a distance associated with it. It's information more about just how much sound does that device produce. Usually when you talk about sound, you talk about sound pressure level, which is how loud is it at the location of your ears. And that's what I calculate.
Would you agree that there's an additive effect to noise?
It's extremely minor, the additive aspect.
Do you agree that there's an additive effect to noise?
Yes.
then why were all the sound pressure levels not added together
Well, that's what I
to
was,
get these numbers?
yeah, just explaining, and I explained in the report that it's practically non-additive. There's a slight bit of overlap, but it's not like a 1-to-1. It's like a 1 + 1 = 1.01. It just, almost no additive.
But is there not an additive? Is there not an additive sound pressure level when you're,
It's extremely minor, but there's something, yes. And I state that in the report.
and there's reference, I think, on the previous page, and maybe on this one too, as far as, I think it's the EPA that sets these levels. Yes, the EPA defines the guidelines.
That's right, the ones I refer to.
Okay. And as a good neighbor, would you agree that these calculations should be measured at the solar project property line rather than a person's home?
Kimley Horn analysis does look at the property lines. So there is that study already. I thought it was appropriate to consider where at the homes, and that's also the basis for the guidelines. They're defined by sound at the home.
At the home, but would you agree that as a good neighbor, calculations would probably be better served at the edge of the Mount Trail solar property line?
Not necessarily, they're different, there's different things.
Is somebody walking their dog or going for a walk along the road, along Mount Trail solar property, going to experience more noise than someone who is living across the street?
It would depend on the distances from inverters at those locations you're referring to. Possibly if the street location was closer to an inverter.
So would it make more sense to measure the sound at the edge of Mount Trail solar versus
Like I'm
the
saying, I
home?
don't know if it makes more sense. The Kimley Horn report did that. My report considered the EPA guidelines, and they're specifically about sound at the home.
Looking at the previous page and the EPA guidelines for the noise levels, when I look at the inverter's numbers on page 19 that says 101 decibel equals 45.8 decibels, and then I go back to page 18, and on the second to last sentence, it says 48.6 decibels in a 24-hour noise. Those numbers to me seem pretty darn close. Is that a correct statement or no?
They are, but I think it's the wrong comparison, because the solar noise is only the daytime. So in that same sentence, there's a daytime value in the EPA guidelines, it's 55 decibels. I think that's the appropriate comparison.
And would the average hearing person be able to discern between 45.8 decibels or the other one that you mentioned? I believe you said 55.
Yes, there's a difference there. Should be noticeable.
How noticeable?
To give you an idea of
Would you
change.
say from a whisper to someone talking regularly, or?
Probably less difference than that. I would, without referencing anything. Noticeable difference.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Balthaser. Mr. Balthaser. You have a tough act to follow, don't you?
Yes. Mine will be a little bit short. Okay, Mr. Cleveland, you mentioned that you use this SG HAT program from the Sandia lab.
Yes.
And you personally modeled glare with this tool?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Does the reflectivity of solar panels vary from one type or from one manufacturer to the next? I mean, you mentioned there were two different panels here that they were considering, according to your information, the solar and the cadmium telluride panels.
No, it's
Do they have different reflectivity?
no, not really. It's the glass portion that does the reflecting, and they both have glass.
Okay, so it would not change anything in the calculations? with it?
Correct. No, it would not.
Okay. What is the definition of yellow glare?
Glare that's likely to leave an after image, meaning if you look at the glare and then look away for at least a moment, you would still be able to see the outline of that glare, the shape of that glare.
And they call that flash blindness?
I'm not sure if it's exactly the same thing. It sounds related, but I'm not sure of the definition of that term.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the glare report, exhibit 37, for the assumptions, page 48 of 48. They define yellow glare. Yellow glare is glare with the potential to cause an after image, in parentheses, flash blindness, when observed prior to a typical blink response time. So, to me, that seems like if you see this yellow glare, or you experience this yellow glare, you could experience this flash blindness quicker than you can blink. Is that the, am I assuming, or is my
I just found the
definition
right.
the same?
I'm not sure. I just found the right page. I'd like to read that. Where is
It's
it?
under page 48 of 48 in the report.
Yep, I got that's
It's
appendix
under
A.
assumptions. It's like
Yeah,
this.
I'm on that page. But where?
Yes, it's in there.
Yeah, where is it?
There's green glare, yellow glare. I think it's near the top.
Okay, I see it.
Okay, yeah. That's the
Now,
definition.
I see it now. I've forgotten your question. What was your question?
The question is just trying to define the yellow glare, that it has the potential to cause an after image when observed prior to a typical blink response time. So in other words, if you're experiencing this level of light, that it's going to create an after image known as flash blindness before you can blink your eyes. So in other words, a very short period of time, less than a second, as you blink your eyes quickly. So, do you agree with that? I mean, is that what I'm seeing?
I think so.
Okay. So this is it's a bright light, very bright light if it's going to cause this after image. So this is something that you would either have to close your eyes if you experience this light. If they say we feel that bright light was flashed on this screen here, I mean, we couldn't just sit and stare at it, right? I mean, we would have to look away or close our eyes or wince. I mean, what would be our reaction?
I don't think that's what this was saying. It was referring to the speed. It's much less intense or bright in looking at the sun, and that's shown in the glare study results. It's 800 times less intense, where you see, like in that same appendix, page 43, I just found one here that has some glare in the yellow area.
Right, but
the
sun's included in the yellow area.
Let the witness answer the question.
Okay.
That's just an example here to show this pictorial or this graphic representation of green versus yellow versus red glare. Toward the very top of that yellow section, almost touching the red, is a little circle, and that's how bright the sun is if you look at it. And then the various different moments of glare calculated for this particular area we're looking at on this page. There's some amount of yellow glare that's much lower down at the bottom edge of the yellow section, just barely over the green line. It just helps give you an indication of how different this is from looking at the sun. Looking at the sun is way at the top end of the yellow glare, and this is a logarithmic y and x axis. So on the vertical axis there, it's irradiance, it's basically an intensity. And so to go down from that sun down to the yellow glare that actually exists here, it's 3 orders of magnitude less, roughly 1,000 times less intense. It is, on the other axis, it is larger than the size of the sun, so it's occurring over a bigger area, but it's dramatically less intense than the sun. To help put it in perspective what these results are showing. So it's glare, but entirely different than looking at the sun.
Okay, you say direct viewing of the sun is on that chart that you're looking at. Is that, what period of time is that? I mean, is that high noon? Directly viewing the sun?
Yeah, I'm not certain of that. I would expect that would be the way they would define that, yes.
Okay.
Midday.
And then you make some mention in your report about the glare is similar to sunrise or sunset.
Well, I guess I was referring to the situation. It's where it is in your line of sight. It's a bright surface, kind of looking at the horizon. You can look at the horizon and see the sun, or look at the horizon and see reflection off panels. So in that sense, it's kind of similar.
Okay. But it still seems very bright. I mean, if they're going to classify it as a potential to cause an after image of flash blindness, do you have a definition for flash blindness? Okay. I pulled one up from Wikipedia. It says flash blindness is either temporary or permanent visual impairment during and following exposure of a varying length of time to a light flash of extremely high intensity, such as a nuclear explosion, flash photograph, lightning strike, or extremely bright light, i.e. a searchlight, laser pointer, landing lights, or ultraviolet light. The bright light overwhelms the retinas of the eyes and generally gradually fades, lasting anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes. Flash blindness may also occur in everyday life. For example, the subject of a flash photograph can be temporarily flash blinded. This phenomena is leveraged in non-lethal weapons such as flash grenades and laser dazzlers. So, that sounds pretty serious.
Is there a question?
We're just trying to get a good definition of this yellow glare. The sun's included in this yellow glare. It seems like the witness is trying to minimize the amount of yellow glare, that it's kind of harmless and.
Mr. Balthaser.
Yes.
You may very well be correct. This is the opportunity to ask questions.
Okay.
So if you have an argument, you can reserve that to when it's time for argument.
Okay, then we'll move on. Okay. What is the optimal tilt angle for PV panel to produce the most energy?
On an annual basis or seasonal?
Well, these are fixed tilt panels. So where would you, in your opinion, what angle of tilt would you use?
Typically around 30 degrees up from horizontal.
Okay. 30 degrees. What was used in the study for the tilt?
Yeah, I don't remember. I can look it up. I've forgotten the exhibit number. What's the exhibit number for?
37.
37.
Thank you. Uh, 30 degrees.
Okay. Is that the final as-built design tilt?
It's not built yet, but that's my understanding is that's the current design.
Okay, so that would be the final as-built design in this.
Well, to me, as built means it has been built, and you're verifying what's there. It's just the design at this point.
Okay, the specified angle. I mean, if you're going to give orders to construction crew, what angle would be used, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I expect it would be 30 degrees.
Okay. I think some of the other things that, getting back to the glare, you mentioned that this yellow glare is only experienced at sunrise and sunset. We have some yellow glare here from the study. Let's look at page 26 of 48. We're showing glare. There are two charts are annual predicted glare occurrence. And we're showing the glare from mid-March to September on the daily duration of glare. And that glare is shown at between 1700 and 1800 in June.
And these are not daylight savings times. That would get out at an hour at these values if you're thinking about local time.
Okay, so we're talking 6 to 7 o'clock time frame, or 1800 to 1900?
Yeah, that's what that looks like.
Okay. And you know what the sunset is at that time of the year in this area?
Yeah, I suspect it's quite a bit later.
Okay, quite a bit later. So you make a point in your report.
Yeah, and I can explain that a little bit. In the summertime, as well as in the, that's not going to be helpful. Never mind. I'm going to stop and answer.
Okay. Okay, so you say on page 17, just part of the sentence. However, for anyone to see this glare, they must be looking across the solar panels in the direction of the rising or setting sun, which is the situation where the sun obviously will create significant glare for the viewer with or without the solar project. So, in your opinion, you're saying this glare is about the same as the sunset and isn't really any different than the sunset? Is that what you're saying? Or the setting sun? This glare is going to be so close to it that it's not going to be any different?
Not that it won't be any different, but the setting sun or the low sun will already be in front of you, so you'll already be adjusted to the fact that a bright light there, you're going to be dealing with that already before. At the same time, any time that you may have glare coming off the panels.
Is it possible that this glare coming off the panels will be at lower elevation than the setting sun?
Visually lower elevation?
Visually lower elevation than the
Yes,
setting sun?
yeah.
Significantly lower, depending on the situation?
Depending on the situation, it's definitely somewhat lower.
Okay. Getting to decommissioning, you mentioned a little bit about decommissioning here. Have you done any decommissioning estimates?
I have not.
Okay. And I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Balthaser. Mrs. Stabile. Mrs. Pawlak.
I have a couple of questions.
Going back to the breakage, if a panel should get broken, and obviously y'all aren't gonna notice if one panel gets broken, but I guess my question is, responses to a problem, say a whole section of panels got broken, and you said it would be attended to relatively quickly. Could you define what relatively quickly means? Relative to what?
It depends on situation and exact operations and maintenance practices. I mean, it may be days, it may be months, but not years.
Would that include like an emergency situation? I mean, since this is all monitored remotely,
Right.
and there aren't people on site.
No, if there was an emergency, I'm not sure what exactly you're asking, but it'd be an appropriate response, faster response.
I guess I'm looking at, you know, possibilities of brush fire. Because it is on your property, but we do have properties surrounding the area, and due to the strange weather in Pennsylvania, this spring we had an extremely dry spring, and if a wild or a grass fire should take off, how is that to be handled?
And that's up to the fire department and the project owner,
Who should call it in?
whoever sees it.
And should something catastrophic like that happen and panels did ignite, say to a lightning strike, or how is that to be handled?
Panels will be replaced.
No, I meant from the burning aspect. What do they do? What needs to be done? How would that be handled?
I mean, there would not be much of a fire and it wouldn't last very long. If somebody got there before the fire went out by itself, they would open breakers to at least disconnect that part of the project electrically from the rest of the project, and then wait for the fire to go out. You can spray water on them if you need to put it out.
But did you say there would be like plastics or something that within them that would burn?
Yes, can burn.
Would the smoke from that be toxic?
Any smoke is toxic. To some degree, yes, but no more toxic than other kinds of fires. Fire
My
department.
neighbor's fires, right?
Right.
You had mentioned about the glares that they have a method of mitigating glare. Was it like a film that puts on, or?
Yeah, there's an anti-reflective coating, but it's really there not to stop glare. It's more there for maximizing how much sunlight goes into the panel at regular angles.
Thank you, that kind of kills my next question. All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Yao.
Yeah, on the glare, that's what the buffer is for, is supposed to stop that, correct? Keep it from affecting surrounding.
That's one purpose for some of the vegetative buffer, yes. Yes, sir.
Well, I've already got 40-foot trees at the bottom of my property, and this project is gonna go from 480 to 600 foot above sea level. And I'm at 600 foot above sea level. So, am I gonna be able to go out on my deck ever at sunset? Because you said that's when it's worse, at sunset.
It depends on the angles. You can certainly go on your deck. It's not going to keep you from, even if, we could look at their glare study and.
Because we're up on a hill, there's like 4 or 5 houses, and we are
Yeah, it
well
depends on if
above
you're-
any buffers.
Yeah, it depends on if you're east or west of the project, and if you
Southeast.
see in the front or the back of the
We're
modules.
southeast, so when the sun's setting in southwest, that's where it's gonna reflect. Yes?
Yeah, yes, it sounds like there's potential there. I'd have to look more closely to say if it would exist, but yeah, there's potential for glare.
And basically the same thing. But we have school buses that are coming down Sunday Road, and they're gonna be affected by that glare. And you can't tell me that there isn't gonna be a glare. So the potential for danger for those school buses and school children is there. And no amount of 40-foot buffers is gonna change that. So you say that the panels are fixed tilt. So what happens when there is a terrible glare problem for those buses coming down that hill? if they're fixed and they can't be changed? How are you gonna address something like that? Or what would you recommend? I mean, because you don't wanna put our kids in danger.
Correct, and with the fixed panels, yeah, it would be difficult to rearrange them. You could adjust or kind of rebuild the structure to adjust the angle, but it would not be simple.
And who's gonna make that decision? Or are you gonna just wait till there's a terrible accident and some of the kids get killed?
Yeah, I don't.
Basis.
This is getting argumentative. Speculative.
That is sustained. Do you want to rephrase your question?
How are you gonna mitigate the problem?
There's glare that'll be visible, but I don't view it as a problem. There's other sources of glare, in particular the sun, that doesn't cause wrecks. It's a source of glare, but it doesn't mean that it's a hazard.
So you don't think driving down the road and getting glare in your eyes as a hazard?
It's something that definitely impacts drivers to some degree, but I don't view it as a hazard.
Mr. Hartman,
Okay, yeah, I do have a couple of questions.
can you come down to the microphone, please?
Oh, I don't Mr. Cleveland, what effect does snow have on these panels? Or did you never do a study like that?
It covers them up and keeps the sunlight from getting to them.
Is that it? No negative effects? No negative effects?
No negative effects, no, but other than they don't work while they have too much snow on
Breakage?
them. They're designed to be able to handle significant snow load. They shouldn't break with significant snow load.
Okay, wind on the panels, what's the effect of winds?
Yeah, they're also designed for whatever the required design build wind speed is for the area at a bare minimum, so they can withstand significant wind.
No effect? No effects, you're saying?
Correct, no effect.
Okay. Okay, now you're talking about standing next to the fence and you can hear the noise. What type of noise is it? Is it a low hum, a screeching hum, or what?
Yeah, it's a hum. There's a fan noise, and there's also a kind of moderate pitch hum, kind of electrical type hum.
Okay, I looked it up and that's kind of not what they said. Okay, my other question is, what is the steepest slope that you'd put the panels on before you start grading? What is the steepest slope of the ground that you put the panels on before you start? Because you brought that up and I'd like to know what you think.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not something I have.
But you brought it up, so I'd like to know what you think.
He's answered the question.
Okay.
Mr. Hartman, please move on.
He didn't answer. What was the answer then?
I don't know an answer.
Okay.
The answer is I don't know.
Okay. I guess that's it. Yes.
Mr. Osenbach.
Yeah.
So you said you had no professional experience in Pennsylvania, right?
Sorry, I was listening up here. What was the question?
You said you have no professional experience in Pennsylvania, right?
No, I said I'm not licensed in Pennsylvania.
So that tells me you didn't do anything in Pennsylvania, but as you went around the property, how would you describe the terrain in comparison to North Carolina?
It's rolling hills compared to a lot of North Carolina. We also have areas of rolling hills and then areas of mountains.
Would you say it's accurate that Kimberly Horn's glare studies are done at the 30-degree angle, given that's optimal?
Is it accurate that they're done that way?
Is that what their study was performed at a 30-degree angle?
Yes, the panel's at a 30-degree tilt.
So most mechanical engineers understand basic fluid dynamics, correct?
Yes.
How come in your report there's no mention of increased runoff?
Because that's not part of what I was addressing, not part of my expertise.
So are you aware that there's retention ponds on the property?
Yes.
In your experience, how many solar fields have you done a study on that had these?
The majority I've been to have had them. Many, I don't have a number.
Do retention ponds not pose health?
Objection, this is outside the scope.
Sustained. This is outside the scope of this expert witness's expertise.
Is he not health and safety though? Public health and safety?
He's health and safety, but he's not stormwater. So if you want to rephrase your question to be directed at health and safety, then that may be admissible.
I'm a bit confused, but okay. Would you say solar panels are comparable to a rooftop?
In what ways?
Being a impervious structure.
Objection, same objection.
Yeah, outside.
It's a mechanical basis. It increases velocity.
The objection is sustained. What you're asking, it really is more akin to stormwater, which would be a different witness.
So you said that the posts being driven, they may use cement because of stone that they incur?
Yes, that's rare, but I've, in talking to contractors that build these sites, they've told me that has happened before to them.
How would you compare stone to shale?
Yeah, I'm not a geologist, I don't know.
So you have no professional opinion on how it would compare, whether or not the cement could potentially or potentially not be reused?
Yeah, my understanding is this site is expecting to be able to pile drive it in post. But that's the extent of my knowledge about it. I haven't looked at specific geology here.
Earlier you mentioned that panels on most sites that you visit almost contact one another when they're in rows. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, when you've got yes, they're usually mounted very close together.
In properties that you've examined over the course of several states, are you familiar with how different states view panel disassociation between each other?
I think you're referring to stormwater. Yeah.
I'm not.
What do you mean by disassociation?
So in terms of how far apart they have to be from one another.
Who would make that requirement?
Well, it varies from state to state.
Yeah, I'm aware of some stormwater-related regulations associated with spacing, but that's outside of my regular expertise or anything I deal with.
How come you have no publications cited after 2017?
Because before 2017, I was in a more academic setting working at the university, and that was part of what I did was things that might result in an academic type publication. Since then, I'm working for a engineering firm that doesn't do that kind of work.
Do the panels themselves emit the EMF, or is that just from the substation?
Just from anything that has alternating current or AC electricity. So the panels are all DCs and they don't produce any.
With technology rapidly changing, do you see any outfits retrofitting batteries versus the substations for power storage?
Not
overruled.
Is that an answer? Retrofitting, extremely. They're not generally retrofitting them. A lot of newer projects are including batteries with the project. But that would have to be part of the permitting application if that were to be the case.
So as technology gets phased out and they can't reproduce, what's the preventative maintenance set forth for most of them then? Such as drives. So currently, drives from the 80s you can't get anymore.
Right.
I would imagine power plants are starting to see the same issue.
Yeah, I mean, the solar panels they're definitely getting larger and more powerful. But design-wise, it's not that hard to replace. You just kind of adjust the voltage and current levels. So the panels are fairly easy to adjust with modern panels. The inverters are more of a challenge. I think it's along the lines of your question. That technology's improved, voltage levels have changed. So the industry's starting to deal with that now. Some old projects are not able to get the old inverters, so they got to do some electrical rework to be able to use new inverters.
So they're in fact retrofitting stuff with microinverters and such.
Not microinverters, but new inverters.
What's in place to prevent back surges?
What do you mean by back surge?
Like a power surge that would surge back.
Back to where?
So the power substation.
There's lots of protections in the substation and in the solar array, and in what they call the collector field, all the AC components. There's various circuit breakers controlled by relays. The inverters themselves are tightly controlled in how they function. I don't quite understand the question, but there's lots of electrical protections throughout the system and on the grid side.
What's the largest field you've inspected so far, done a study on?
Inspected or done a study on?
We'll start with done a study on.
I think a 200 megawatt project, about 4 times the size.
Where was the location of that?
I'm sorry, but I don't remember. Georgia? Maybe Georgia?
And can you explain the difference between community solar and utility solar?
Yeah, community solar generally is defined by how the electricity is sold. So it is sold directly to homes or businesses in the area. They tend to be smaller projects. I would consider usually a small utility scale project. But really the definition aspect has to do with how the electricity is sold, not any of the equipment.
I think that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Do any members of the board have questions for this witness?
No, Michael, we just have it.
Mr. Hoffman, do you have a
I
question?
have a couple very quick ones. I'll just jump up and grab it.
How far off the table? Thank you.
Oh, you know, thanks. Do I have to turn this on or? Testing, okay. Thanks, appreciate it. I'll try to make these quick. I apologize if I missed this. The copper cable that kind of interconnects all the panels, is that protected in PVC or is it, or don't you know yet?
I mean, usually it's largely attached to the back of the modules, so it's not in conduit there. Some systems will then use what they call a cab system, where it's above ground, kind of into wire racks, and it would not be in conduit in that style. More common is it would go a short distance underground in conduit, which would likely be PVC.
And how deep would it be if it was underground?
I believe the requirement for that line will be 3 feet.
Okay, great, thanks. Last question I have, you had extensive testimony on glare studies, noise studies, heat studies, groundwater testing. On any of the projects you've been involved with in the past, have post-construction testing? Has post-construction testing for any of those issues been a requirement by county, local municipality, state, for any of those issues? And the reason I'm asking, this is the first large-scale solar project that I've ever reviewed, so I'm unfamiliar with it. So my questioning is, I'm not trying to peg it with anything. I'm curious, very honestly curious.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I can try to answer. I can answer each one of those separately. Glare, yeah, I've not ever seen any kind of post-construction glare monitoring requirement. I don't remember ever seeing a post-construction noise monitoring requirement. Several times I have seen boards request post-construction water monitoring. I can't remember specifically if any of those have ever been approved, and I've never been involved with any of them being implemented, but I just can't remember exactly. I've probably seen some projects with some kind of water measurement, but that's out of 200 projects. Yeah, maybe I've seen one or two, but maybe zero, somewhere in that kind of ballpark that's had a water monitoring requirement.
So if the project were to be approved and the township required those types of post-construction testing protocols, you would expect that testing to essentially corroborate the reports that you've already referenced?
That's right. The glare and the sounds are very solid science to be able to predict when and where glare is and what intensity, and same with the sound. So I expect, we'll be able to collaborate those predictions. The water testing is trickier because water is moving all around the environment. And I'm confident, and I think I've presented super strong evidence here that there's no risk of anything coming out of the project and affecting water. But if you're measuring water, you don't know where anything's coming from that you may find.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Gallagher, is there any redirect?
Yes, just you. Just with respect to following up on Mr. Hoffman's questions, with respect to water and implementation of a water testing program, it's your testimony that it would not be warranted here.
That's correct.
Okay. And what are some of the concerns you would have with implementing a testing program as a condition?
Water testing program?
Yeah.
That there will be no way to determine if you did find something in a test, what the source of that was. So there would it'd be hard to have any actions come out of any test results.
Okay.
Down the line.
And all the known constituents you've already identified, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in worst case scenario, if they were released, they would be of negligible effect. Is that?
That's correct. It only could be released in very negligible amounts. It's addressed in the report, but it hasn't come up yet. There's really a very significant amount of lead naturally occurring in soil. I'm sure the report here says just in the top 4 inches of soil, there's the same amount of lead just naturally in that soil as there is in all the modules.
Okay.
Just to give a perspective of just how small, negligible or non-existent the risk is.
Okay. With respect to, there were a couple questions with regard to hypothetical car crashes into the panels, I believe.
Yeah.
The panels will be fencing.
Correct. There'll be fencing
Between the road and the panels.
Yes, and significant distances between the fence and the closest panels. Generally, there's at least a road-sized area.
Okay.
Between the fence and the panels.
Coming back to glare, there was the Wikipedia statement or the definition that you heard of glare, yellow glare.
I think it was flash blindness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you, do you have any, would you agree with that definition of Wikipedia?
That was, yeah, I don't have a working definition of flash blindness, so I don't have a way to.
Let me go back to yellow glare. Is this something that would, in terms of airplanes, is that an issue?
FAA for a long time thought it might be, so for quite a few years, probably almost 10 years, 2011 to 2021, 2023, I guess. Roughly 10-year period, FAA had a policy where their jurisdiction applied, which was on airports. If you built solar on an airport, they required a glare study, and they did not allow that solar to cause any yellow glare for pilots that were landing. And they defined you've got to check out the last 2 miles of approach. If the pilot would see any yellow glare in that last 2 miles of approach, then you're not allowed to build that solar that way. Since then, they've come out with they call that an interim policy at first. Now they've come out with their final policy that says, after years of experience, we've actually determined we don't see any risk in allowing green or yellow glare. So they say pilots, they deal with glare regularly, either directly from the sun or off of lakes or other sources. And they see the glare, but it's not a hazard.
So yellow glare for airplanes is not a hazard?
The FAA says it's not a hazard.
Okay.
That's for landing. Pilots, as they're landing, have the most difficult aspect of flying.
Would you say that the glare off a solar panel is similar to glare off a lake?
Yes, it's quite similar.
Okay. And I just want to clarify that, so driving down a road, you can experience, without any solar facility, yellow glare looking at the sun?
Yes.
Okay. And there is no concern, let me ask it this way. The glare associated with this project, is this similar to other glare that you would expect with other fixed tilt systems?
Yes, with the fixed tilt system, you're going to have some locations where you have some glare. So there's hundreds of fixed tilt systems, out in the country, maybe thousands, probably hundreds.
Okay.
That I would expect would have similar amounts of glare.
Okay. And I believe the glare study shows that the glare associated with this project is for very short periods of time.
Correct, relatively short periods of time, on the order of minutes per day.
In order of magnitude, it's 800 to 1,000 times less than the sun.
Yeah, less than tenths, kind of a brightness type of magnitude.
Okay, so just driving here from, there's a road called Witchcraft Road. Just driving here at 6 or 5:30, I could have experienced greater intensity from the sunset than somebody would driving and experiencing glare.
That's probably true. It certainly would have been in the yellow region.
Okay. In your professional opinion, does any of the projected glare pose any kind of health risk or traffic safety risk?
In my opinion, it doesn't, and largely based on FAA's close look at this for pilots and the fact that they say it's not a hazard for a pilot landing a plane.
Okay. There was a question of brush fire underneath the panels. In your experience, is brush fire a common occurrence at a utility scale solar facility?
No.
Would you anticipate the vegetation here in this area to be a fire risk?
No, I'm not sure I understand the question
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't think I understand my question either, so. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Cluck, any recross?
Yeah, so. Oh, Phil. So if a brush fire is not common, why did you cite 2 in your report?
2 in the last 8 years doesn't sound common to me. It could happen.
Well, are you saying there's only 2?
No.
Your opinion that water testing was not warranted, I'm assuming that opinion doesn't take into account anything to do with stormwater and the lack of infiltration associated with the report on stormwater.
I'm not sure I understand the question. It's regardless of stormwater assessment, my conclusion.
You're saying water testing is not required, notwithstanding a stormwater report that doesn't require infiltration? Doesn't require recharge of the groundwater?
I'm not sure what report you're referring to or what it means.
Well, I don't know, you're dismissing there's a huge stormwater report we didn't get into because of your lack of expertise. And I'm just trying to clarify, the opinion you just gave has nothing to do with the stormwater aspects. That in fact, there may be a
Objection
requirement.
has been answered. It's argumentative.
What is the answer?
I'm not sure I understand the question yet.
Okay, so the objection is sustained. Please rephrase your question, Mr. Clark.
Your opinion that water testing will not be required, you didn't take any aspect of the stormwater management associated with this complex into account in your opinion, did you?
I did not. I am aware that there are stormwater regulations that have to be met. Beyond that basic fact, no, I didn't. Maybe I didn't really take that into effect in particular. I don't think stormwater has an impact on that opinion.
That's all I have.
Thank you. So now we're going to go back around. The purpose of this is recross. So this is just, if there are questions that have come up with regard to any of the redirect questions that were asked. Mrs. Walphaser. No questions. Mr. Walphaser. Mrs. Stabile. Mrs. Polonic. Am I getting closer? Mr. and Mrs. Yap. Mr. Hartman. Mr. Osenbach.
How deep are they driven into the ground? Thematic.
Yeah, they do analysis to figure it out based on the soils, but 5 to 10 feet.
Does that potentially affect the water table?
I'm just gonna object that this is outside of the scope of what we direct.
Will that affect the water tables in terms of?
One moment, Mr. Osenbach. I don't think that it is overruled. You may answer the question.
I didn't hear the full question.
I'll rephrase it. If they're driven potentially deep enough to affect a water table, being 30 yards out front of my home, does that potentially affect my drinking water from a well?
No, if you're saying if those posts are as deep as the water table, no, I still don't see how it would affect your water. It's steel posts.
Could driving them into the ground release sediments such as sand and stuff that would affect the water table?
Yeah, it's outside of my expertise. I'm not sure. I don't think so. It's not my expertise.
In terms of the catch basins and health and safety, do catch basins not affect well water?
What's the basis for the objection?
The same one that we've raised 3 times on stormwater.
It's not stormwater, it's health.
The objection is sustained. Ask your next question.
Who can I ask those questions to?
Stormwater?
In reference to health and safety for the stormwater basins that would be 30 yards in front of my house. They affect my drinking water.
I don't know which witness. I just can, all I can say is that it's not this witness because he's not an expert with regard to stormwater.
But it's not really a stormwater question, it's a drinking water question based on the installation of the panels. Correct?
Ask your question again. I'll decide.
basins have known reports for leaching. When they leach, they release sediments into the water table. The water tables are then contaminated into my well. That affects my drinking water, lower oxygen levels, etc.
Do you know the answer to that question?
Well, I mean,
It doesn't sound like it's related to any solar equipment. It sounds like it's a water flow.
Is this
I
what?
mean, I'm just gonna insert like 15 different objections. Do I need to go over them?
Please.
All right, same stormwater objection, lack of foundation, repetitive, speculative.
The objection is sustained. Please move on.
Again, who do I ask these questions to?
I can't answer your question. I can just tell you it's not this witness.
Will there be a witness presented for them?
I don't know because it's not my case to present. I would imagine that there will be a witness, but I can't tell you. You do have something, Mr. Clark.
Not for the record, no.
I apologize, I'm just a little baffled because
There's no apology necessary.
taking mechanical engineering courses on pretty relevant in fluid dynamics, and they are related to water runoff and stuff like that. It's hard.
You'll have an opportunity to make that argument later on in the proceedings. Do you have any other questions?
Actually, I do have one more.
Okay.
Again, do you know the size of the panels that are being used?
Physical size or the wattage?
Size.
Yeah, roughly 6 feet tall and 3.5 feet wide.
So you don't know the actual size of the panels?
If you went to the inch, I don't know that.
Well, I know there's very general bases. There's a 4x8 sheet of plywood too.
Right.
You don't know the actual size of the panel.
Not to the inch. Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. I believe this witness can be excused. I'm sorry, before you're excused, do any members of the board have any questions? Okay. So this witness can be excused. We are at 9:48. Yes.
I just had a couple of housekeeping matters on my, since this is last year.
Yes. Yes, I have a couple of housekeeping matters that I'm going to address as well, and then I'll give you an opportunity. So number one, at the last hearing, there was a motion to dismiss that was made, and at that hearing, I indicated that there would be a briefing schedule. That briefing schedule is vacated at this point in time. I believe that the motion to dismiss is premature, as the applicant has not completed their case in chief. If so desired, it can be renewed at the conclusion of applicant's case in chief, at which point a new briefing schedule will be established. Number two, the next hearing will be November 8th at 6:00 p.m. at the Windsor Township Municipal Building. That's 110 Haas Road in Windsor Township, Hamburg, Pennsylvania. That is immediately preceding the monthly meeting for the Board of Supervisors that begins at 7 o'clock. We only anticipate that session to go for about an hour, if that long, to address an issue of standing with regard to Ms. Lang. The hearing after that will be November 28th at 5:30 p.m. and that will not be in this room. That will be at the Hamburg Area High School. I don't know for sure. It will be posted. I'm fairly certain it will most likely be the LGI, which, yeah.
Did you say 5:30 or 6:30?
5:30. Yes. I don't have any other housekeeping issues.
Yeah,
Anyone else?
as I mentioned at the beginning, I didn't think this was an issue, but it seems like Mr. Clark's making an issue of it. I want to be clear before we break that, all of our exhibits 1 through 40 are submitted into the record and accepted.
Is there an objection to exhibits 1 through 40?
Yes. And I ask that we go through it right now. Rules of evidence do not apply. There's no document on here that should not be accepted into the record.
There has to be a witness to testify subject to cross-examination.
This is not there's no jury.
Let me
here.
finish, please. The law is, I have the opportunity to cross-examine before you accept the document into evidence. The glare study has not been presented and subject to cross-examination. So I object to that being approved for the record. We'll get to it when somebody testifies.
There was testimony to it today, but that objection goes to the sufficiency and not the admissibility.
You can have a witness for this document?
We just had
Are you going to
witness
have an author of
testimony.
the document?
Gentlemen, I don't believe that you laid the foundation for that at this point. I imagine you can do that with another witness, but I don't believe you've
I
done that.
believe we did it with this witness, so I just want to be able to go through this list of 40 and identify what is at issue.
Only if you use your microphone.
So I believe we went through every single one of these exhibits, and I would like to know what is it not accepted into the record. And, so we can just do that.
Proceed.
I've asked exhibits 1 through 40 to be entered into the record. There's an objection. Mr. Cluck, do you object to only the glare study, or do you object to any other?
Stormwater Management Exhibit 32 has not had a witness present that report. 37 we talked about.
Do any of the other parties have objections to any of the exhibits? Mr. Osnabach?
Water management, that's my guy.
Exhibit 11, decommission plan, hasn't had a witness testify to it.
Mr. Gallagher, I
I
think
can just respond to those two in particular. That's exhibit 11 is it's already part of Board Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 32 is also part of Board Exhibit 2. So there are already exhibits of record under a different number. I'm asking for identification purposes in the record that they be accepted. So this isn't something that should be an issue, in my opinion.
Accepted for identification purposes.
I mean, accepted into the record, there are exhibits.
No, I think I have the opportunity to finish cross-examination, then you admit them.
I'm admitting them now.
Well, I'm objecting.
There's no basis for objection. That's why I want to go through.
Gentlemen, we're not going to be raising our voices at each other. Mrs. Balthaser.
Can we object as well since we're parties?
Yes, you can. What are you objecting to?
The glare, the decommission, noise, any studies, because we have questions that we reviewed documents that we want to question on, that were not addressed today, and this was not the right witness.
Sorry.
So any document that is on a particular subject that you do not have a witness for, we object to those. I object, not we, I object to those.
Okay.
An individual party.
If I can respond to that.
Mr. Gallagher.
I understand that, and again, it doesn't go to admissibility, it goes to weight, and you can present your own case, but in terms of our record, that's not an issue, it's not a valid objection.
Mr. Gallagher, if you have not laid a foundation for the exhibit, we'll have to go one by one.
Okay, let's go one by one.
Go ahead.
So we did this at the outset of the last hearing. Exhibit 1 is the January 4th conditional use
We
application.
haven't objected to that.
You have or you haven't?
Have not.
Okay, so the only current objections are 11 and 32 and 37.
Do any of the parties who have entered their appearances have objections to any exhibits other than 11, 37, and 32?
Which are what, can you tell us what they are?
11 is decommissioning plan, 32 is the massive stormwater management report, 37 is glare.
37 is glare.
Yeah, what about sound?
The sound was part of exhibit,
24. And Mr. Hughes testified from his notes about it.
correct.
Okay.
So let's talk about exhibit 11 first. So exhibit 11 is what again?
The decommissioning plan that was submitted as part of the Exhibit 18 October 13 form response, both of which are Board Exhibit 2, are presently Board Exhibit 2.
Is there an objection, Mr. Clark?
Decommissioning plan, we haven't had a witness subject to cross-examination.
That objection is sustained. Next exhibit.
Okay. 32 is, again, the stormwater management report, which Mr. Hughes has testified to, and which is also already Board Exhibit.
But Mr. Hughes' cross-examination has not been completed.
You made it an exhibit. It's part of your.
It's already part of the record.
Okay.
So you're asking for us to make it a part of the record a second time.
I'm just,
So-
I want to understand that it is part of.
It is
part of
all-
a bigger submittal.
It is, and these rulings on your exhibits are without prejudice.
Okay. And exhibit 37, the glare analysis, it was testified to at length and relied on in this report.
Mr. Clark?
He's not the author.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you
He's
can't-
an expert. He testified, he relied on it in making his opinion.
I'll withdraw the objection, but I'm certainly looking forward to Mr. Hughes being subject to cross-examination on all of his documents.
Okay, that exhibit will be admitted. And understand, admitted only, these documents are being admitted conditionally, and the appropriate weight will be given to them by the board. As to Mr. Hughes, at the hearing on November 28th, we will be continuing with Mr. Hughes' cross-examination, and we will not end that until it is completed.
On November 28th.
On November 28th.
There's no other witnesses who have to be here on a certain date only.
I am not entertaining any requests for that for November 28th. I want to complete Mr. Hughes' cross-examination and testimony.
Then we have Mr. Lyons.
We're going to have to arrange for Mr. Lyons to appear via Zoom to continue his cross-examination, and then Mr. Gallagher, I imagine you indicated you have between 1 and 3 other witnesses. So can you please make Mr. Lyons available either on December 5th or December 6th via Zoom? You don't have to answer me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't spoken with him, I don't know his, we can consult with him.
Please consult with him so that we can determine that he's available.
Can we test that Zoom works wherever we're gonna be?
Yes.
2 other things. I wanted to call Mr. Westner just real briefly to, it's our understanding that there's a pending ordinance dealing with solar.
You can call for him, but he's not here.
Okay, so if we could just address that issue at the November 6th.
November 8th.
November 8th.
Yeah, we can. Mr. Westner will be there.
that same vein, for the record, we amend our application to also make Leeward Energy a co-applicant.
I have not seen any written
I
documentation.
just made it right here on the record.
You can't do that.
On what legal basis can you amend the application during the hearing?
I represent the applicant. I represent all the parties of interest, so I have the authority to do that. And there's a canon of case law that applications are freely amended throughout, even up to the end of the zoning proceeding. So that's our authority.
Mr. Clark?
For the applicant, I understand you can amend an application, but can you add an applicant?
We just did.
So, because you signed the application, I can call you as a witness now? And you just are
I
testifying
am an
to
attorney,
this amendment?
that's not what I said.
I'm going to
And
call
I-
him as a witness at the next hearing. He's representing to us that he represents the applicant. He's telling
I'm an
us
attorney.
the basis for the amendment without any documentation, so I think I get to cross-examine the witness.
Please submit a written amendment to the application before the next hearing.
And the case law that you can add an applicant in a zoning conditional
Again.
use hearing.
As
I'm trying to get through a hearing without asking you gentlemen to brief something. But
and
I would,
I move to dismiss, and you're not letting me argue why it should be dismissed, because now the Traveler Solar doesn't have standing. And now you may allow another applicant to step forward. I'm objecting to that.
Okay.
and I would like to see the case law that you're referring to.
And again, that's why I wanted to have this discussion in front of the court reporter. This needs to be
Yes.
reviewed by a judge or jury sometime. We'd be happy to do so. As I mentioned at the last hearing, when this was brought out of the blue, this motion to dismiss, that it was a meritless argument, which it is, but the appropriate time to do that, since there's going to be a proposed findings and conclusions of law, is to address it at that time, before it can make a decision on that issue then.
And what I've indicated is that the motion to dismiss is premature at this point in time, but if it is renewed, once you've rested your case, then the board will consider it.
And again, I'm telling you right now, that would be improper, and we have just amended our application, so we'd be happy to address it, and we just wanted to have this discussion on the record.
And what I have requested from you is a written amendment to the application to be submitted to the township, as well as the case law that you're relying on that establishes your right to add an applicant during the pendency of the hearing.
I will provide a written document that encapsulates our amendment of the application.
Thank you.
Do they have to pay another fee with the application?
No.
I will take that under advisement.
Thank you.
Are there any other housekeeping matters? Yes, Mrs. Ballface.
What's the November 8th meeting is not, you said,
It's not here, it is at the Windsor Township Municipal Building, 110 Haas Road.
right, but what is the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose of that meeting is primarily to address the renewed objection of the applicant to standing for Jessica Lang.
That's all.
There will be no witnesses, substantive witnesses called at that hearing.
It's just for that.
It's
regular meeting.
just for that purpose.
Okay. It's just, so
It's at 6 o'clock.
And no amendment, no other legal argument, no amendments, et cetera, solely to address the standing of an individual, period.
Correct. Correct. That is the only thing that we will be addressing that evening. There will not be any other discussion. Any parties who are not able to appear in person may appear via Zoom. We do know that this works. If you go to the township website, there is a link for it's a meeting link, and you can use that to log into the meeting. Any other? Okay, so let me just be clear. There will also be also may be testimony by Mr. Westner, who is the zoning officer. So if anyone wants, I'm encouraging all of you to attend, and participate in that.
Is that at 6 then, or is that at 7?
That's at 6. 6 o'clock for the conditional use hearing.
The zoning officer on November the 8th?
Yes.
For what purpose?
It's the applicant's case. So
But the whole thing is just solely for standing, and now we're adding a witness and testimony?
Yes, I asked for Mr. Westner's availability to testify that there is a pending zoning amendment.
So what? The law is clear on pending ordinances. They're not relevant at this stage.
I believe it's very relevant to this stage, so.
Oh, okay, let's have a full hearing on November 8th at the township building. I'll be there. And we'll get to ask the zoning officer questions. Fine. He just changed the whole situation from Jessica's situation, now we have another issue. And you know what? He's gonna have another issue, because that's the way they practice law. I'll see you on the 8th. It was my mother's birthday, I was planning to be with her, but if that's what you wanna do, that's what we're gonna do.
We're not going to have Mr. Westner testify on the 8th because I don't know that there's going to be enough time from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. So the only issue will be Jessica Lang's standing, and then Mr. Westner will be at the hearing. Should be at the hearing on the 28th.
Thank you.
Any other party have any housekeeping matters that need to be addressed before we adjourn the evening? Excuse me?
The dust in my living room. Please, mitigate that.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Thank you.